Chapter 2388. Jianshan only had a one-colored soul core, so they naturally did not ask him too much. The elders all believed that the three surviving Divine King were the ones who could help them understand the situation better. Fantastic! Second senior brother, you've actually made it out of the world of Moon and Star alive. You have no idea. I saw so many powerful lords of the various peaks die in the world of Moon and Star, so I thought even you would not be able to survive. As soon as Jianshan emerged from the sacred hall, Bai Yu immediately appeared beside him. Her delicate and beautiful face was filled with lingering fear. Alright, second senior brother, what happened in the world of Moon and Star? Did you really come across Aoyama of the martial soul lineage? Bai Yu raised her head slightly as she looked at Jianshan. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Why do you care about that? You better cultivate properly. Becoming stronger as soon as possible is the most important thing. I'm just curious. Second senior brother, just tell me, originally, the trial in the world of Moon and Star was only the first step to the competition between the candidates. In this step, the candidates would obtain the most radiant origin pearls and directly eliminate 3 of them. Only 2 candidates would emerge victorious in the end. The second step was for the 2 remaining candidates to continue competing and decide on the final candidate. Only then would it come to a perfect conclusion. However, due to the sudden changes in the world of Moon and Star, only Donglin Yen Shui survived out of the 5 candidates. As a result, Donglin Yen Shui became the only candidate in the Radiant Saint Hall. As a result, the second step was naturally nullified. As a result, Donglin Yen Shui formally became the chosen saint of the Radiant Saint Hall. Once she became the chosen saint, not only would her status increase, but she would also receive the full support of the Radiant Saint Hall for the next 1,000 years. As a result, the position of chosen saint was an irresistible temptation to all Radiant Saint Masters in the Radiant Saint Hall. It was an opportunity for them to undergo a drastic metamorphosis. Under the assistance of the elders, Donglin Yen Shui recovered from her wounds in less than a day. 3 days later, the grand ceremony for the chosen saint officially took place. When Donglin Yen Shui became the chosen saint, Jianshan had already returned to the Soaring Clouds Peak. He sat there as he stared at the sacred hall that stood above the clouds in the distance. His eyes were deep. Basically 99% of the low-level Radiant Saint Masters in the Radiant Saint Hall have had their blood tested and obtained a blood medallion as an identity medallion. The examination of the blood medallion in the Radiant Saint Hall is becoming stricter and stricter, so it's gradually becoming an identity medallion. It looks like I really don't have much time left in the Radiant Saint Hall, Jianshan thought as he sat on a large rock outside his dwelling. His comprehension of the laws of space had already reached the God King realm, so his understanding of space was extremely deep. Even without using the power of his soul, he could still see through the clouds with his naked eye and see the scene 1,000,000 kilometers away. As a result, although he did not take a single step away from the Soaring Clouds Peak in the past 3 days, many things that happened in the Radiant Saint Hall could not be hidden from him. He could clearly see the blood medallions on all the Radiant Saint Masters. He could also clearly see the envoys of the Radiant Saint Hall inspecting the blood medallions of all the low-level Radiant Saint Masters under the supervision of the cultivators from outside. Anyone who had not undergone the blood test would be forcefully taken away regardless of their identity or background. At that moment, he truly felt a sense of urgency. He was running out of time. At this moment, Jianshan's face changed slightly. He saw 3 envoys in black robes and a cultivator in azure robes in the distance. They directly made their way to the Soaring Clouds Peak. Jianshan was extremely familiar with this group of people. They were one of the groups responsible for inspecting the blood medallions. I can't run into them. Jianshan quickly made up his mind. He floated down from the rock and concealed his presence. He left through the back of the Soaring Clouds Peak to avoid them. Soon after Jianqin's departure, the group of 4 arrived outside the Soaring Clouds Peak. One of the envoys asked, "Is the disciple of the Soaring Clouds Peak, Chongyang, present? Why are you looking for senior brother?" At this moment, a white streak of light shot over and stopped before the 4 of them, revealing Bai Yu. Bai Yu had just come down from the sacred hall and was about to come to the Soaring Clouds Peak to find Jianqin, but she just happened to come across the group of enforcers. "Chongyang still hasn't undergone the blood test, so we've obviously come to carry out our duties," said one of the envoys. "Oh, I just happened to want to discuss my experiences with senior brother as well. Let's go together." Bai Yu nodded and appeared before Jianqin's dwelling with the 4 envoys. Bai Yu directly touched the formation outside the dwelling and called for Jianqin from outside. Obviously, she received no reply. Strange. Is senior brother not on the Soaring Clouds Peak? Or is he cultivating in seclusion? A while later, Bai Yu frowned and murmured to herself. The 3 envoys and the outsider only stood nearby quietly. They did not become impatient at all. If that's the case, let's wait here. All the disciples below the Divine King in the Radiant Saint Hall have undergone the blood test. "We're only missing Chongyang," said one of the envoys. In the past, they definitely would not have had the patience to wait here. As a matter of fact, they would have broken through the formation and forced their way in. However, ever since Jianqin's identity as Vice Leader Xian Zhan's medallion was exposed a year ago, his status in the Radiant Saint Hall had changed. These envoys naturally would not offend Jianqin over such a small matter. Jianqin hid in the clouds several dozen kilometers away. He saw everything that happened on the Soaring Clouds Peak clearly. With his powerful senses, he heard everything the envoys said. His face immediately became stern. "I never thought that I would be the last one. I can't return to the Soaring Clouds Peak either," Jianqin thought to himself. Jianqin frowned. After a moment of thought, he suddenly looked at the sacred hall that stood above the clouds. Afterwards, he took off and flew towards the sacred hall. When Jianqin arrived at the sacred hall, the ceremony for Donglin Yen Shui's coronation had already ended. The lords of the various peaks gathered on the square had all dispersed. Jianqin held Vice Leader Xian Zhan's medallion and moved through the heavily guarded sacred hall without any obstructions. He directly found Donglin Yen Shui's temporary residence. Even peak lords were forbidden from approaching where the chosen saint lived without permission. However, with Jianqin's medallion, he could even see Vice Leader Xian Zhan at any time, let alone where the chosen saint lived. It had to be mentioned that after becoming the chosen saint, Donglin Yen Shui's treatment had clearly improved. 2 female disciples stood to the left and right of her temporary residence, awaiting her orders at all times. Chapter 2389. But this is the residence of Her Highness. The 2 female attendants at the entrance were troubled. They had no idea how to turn him down. The 2 of them were hallowed saint masters with 5 colored soul cores. They were equivalent to gods, but Chongyang, who only had a 1-colored soul core, was extremely cautious. They were afraid of offending him. Clearly, they knew that although Jianqin's cultivation was low, he had the support of a vice leader. His status was extraordinary. At this moment, the door to the residence opened, and Donglin Yen Shui walked out slowly in her attire. She looked at Jianqin outside, and a sliver of mixed feelings flashed through her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she sent the 2 female attendants away and said softly, "Chongyang, come in." With that, Donglin Yen Shui turned around and left. However, the moment she turned around, her face became slightly unnatural, but it vanished very soon. Jianqin did not think too much about it. He directly entered Donglin Yen Shui's residence, and closed the door behind him. "Why have you come to find me?" The light in Donglin Yen Shui's dark eyes flickered as she looked at Jianqin. "When can I enter the Tower of Radiance?" Jianqin directly asked. "Have you come to find me just for the Tower of Radiance? Is there nothing else?" Donglin Yen Shui stared straight at Jianchen and replied with a question. The Tower of Radiance is extremely important to me because the cultivation methods and comprehensions of the seniors in there will directly affect my future accomplishment. As a result, if possible, I hope to enter the Tower of Radiance as soon as possible, Jianchen said seriously. Is the Tower of Radiance the only thing in your eyes? A sliver of disappointment flashed through Donglin Yen Shui's eyes. Jianchen was slightly surprised by that. He glanced at Donglin Yen Shui deeply and said, Indeed. In order to obtain a spot to enter the Tower of Radiance, you must know just how much effort I've put in. Chongyang, Donglin Yen Shui called out. She stared at Jianchen closely with her limpid eyes, and her voice became slightly louder. She said rather hurriedly, I really don't understand. You clearly have the Vice Leader's medallion. If you want to enter the Tower of Radiance, you can ask the Vice Leader to open it for you. Although other Vice Leaders will face some resistance when they want to open the Tower of Radiance, Vice Leader Xianzhan's status in the Radiant Saint Hall is only a single person of his will be able to open it. Since you're in such a hurry to enter the Tower of Radiance, why are you looking for me of all places? You've even taken out an extremely precious pure soul. I only obtained Vice Leader Xianzhan's medallion a few days before the world of Moon and Star opened. At the same time, I don't want to owe Vice Leader Xianzhan too much. As a result, even though I know Vice Leader Xianzhan can directly let me into the Tower of Radiance, I don't want to trouble him. I want to obtain a spot to enter through my own efforts, said Jianchen. Donglin Yen Shui looked at Jianchen with mixed feelings. For a moment, she actually said nothing. Even though Jianchen's current appearance was a common face that had been altered by a mask, the type that would not raise any attention at all if he was thrown into a crowd, his common face had already left a great impression in Donglin Yen Shui's heart. A person's beauty was not determined by their appearance. Instead, it was determined by their heart. Only when a person's heart was beautiful could they be regarded as truly beautiful. However, Jianchen's behavior in the world of Moon and Star seemed to have allowed Donglin Yen Shui to truly see his heart. As a result, he was a tall, handsome, and extraordinary figure in Donglin Yen Shui's heart. A while later, Donglin Yen Shui sighed gently. A faint sense of disappointment silently permeated her heart. In half a month, I will be using the privilege to open the Tower of Radiance. I'll send someone to contact you then. Half a month? Jianchen frowned when he heard that. He said, That's too long. Can you do it earlier? The sooner, the better. It's best if it's tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why are you in such a hurry? Donglin Yen Shui was surprised. Yeah, because of some reasons it's rather urgent. Donglin Yen Shui, just treat it as you helping me out this time. I will remember this favor, Jianchen said seriously. Donglin Yen Shui was actually unable to turn down Jianchen at all when she saw how stern he was. She said, All right, tomorrow it is. Donglin Yen Shui set the schedule for the opening of the Tower of Radiance just like that. The next day, the sun rose. It was fiery, dyeing the clouds and mist in the mountains red. On the highest floor of the Radiant Saint Hall, a group of people stood before a tower that was only a few hundred meters tall. Donglin Yen Shui led the group of people to stand there quietly. To no surprise, Jianchen was among them as well. Aside from him, there were 8 other Divine King of Radiance. They stood in a line with Jianchen, standing behind Donglin Yen Shui silently. The 8 Divine King of Radiance were the new protectors that Donglin Yen Shui had chosen. During the 1,000 years since Donglin Yen Shui had become the chosen saint, the protectors had taken the protection of the chosen saint as their mission. They were completely under Donglin Yen Shui's lead, and they would listen to her orders. Jianchen raised his head slightly and studied the White Tower before him curiously. The White Tower was naturally the treasure of the Radiant Saint Hall, the Tower of Radiance. Its entire body was silvery white, and it seemed to have a natural beauty. No one could find the slightest flaw on it. Although it was a powerful treasure left behind by a grand exalt, It did not give off any pressure at all. As a result, Jianchen and the others were unable to connect it to a grand exalt when they stood before it. Don't underestimate this place. As the highest floor of the sacred hall, the entire space here is filled with supreme formations. It's said that the previous leaders went through great difficulty to get the Grand Exalt of ancient paths to cast down a Grand Exalt level formation. It keeps the Tower of Radiance firmly locked here and prevents any experts from coveting the Tower of Radiance. Donglin Yen Shui's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen nodded slightly. He studied every inch of space carefully. Indeed, he discovered that there seemed to be a shocking formation around the Tower of Radiance. The formation was extremely well hidden. If it were not for the fact that Jianchen's soul had mutated due to the fusion of chaotic force, he would not have been able to sense its existence at all. Donglin Yanshui, have you thought it through? Do you really want to open the Tower of Radiance at a time like this? The privilege of opening the Tower of Radiance will be reduced every time you use it. At this moment, Elder Mu Zhong appeared silently. He stared at Donglin Yanshui with shining eyes. Esteemed Elder Mu Zhong, Yanshui has already made up her mind. She will officially use the privilege of opening the Tower of Radiance, Donglin Yanshui said without any hesitation. Elder Mu Zhong nodded and said nothing more. In the next moment, the two tremendous and terrifying energies turned into torrents that descended from space. They poured into the Tower of Radiance with terrifying pressure. The Tower of Radiance immediately shone brightly. Vaguely, the Grand Exalt's formation around the Tower of Radiance seemed to change slowly, causing the invisible formation that blocked the entrance to the Tower of Radiance to disperse like water, revealing the entrance to the Tower of Radiance. Vice Leader Xian Zhan and Vice Leader Mo, he have already opened the Tower of Radiance for you. Hurry up and get in. Elder Mu Zhong shouted. Chapter 2390. With Elder Mu Zhong's call, Donglin Yanshui immediately made her way towards the Tower of Radiance. Very soon, she vanished through the entrance. After Donglin Yanshui, the 8 protectors who had been chosen temporarily arrived. They were all devout as they entered in a single line. As Jianshen was the weakest person here, he was naturally the last one to enter. He's in such a hurry to enter the Tower of Radiance with a one-colored soul core. It looks like this child is an impatient person. It'll be difficult for him to amount to anything great in the future with a mindset like that. Elder Mu Zhong stared at Jianshen's figure as he gradually vanished into the Tower of Radiance. He secretly shook his head. The Tower of Radiance was a hazy, gray world. It was difficult to see. A faint, gray mist permeated the entire space, obstructing one's vision. He could only see 100 meters away. The ground below him was desolate. It was deathly silent. Jianshen frowned slightly as he looked at the miniature world of the Tower of Radiance. Ever since he entered the Tower of Radiance, he felt pressured. He actually felt like his life was no longer under his control. Moreover, he could sense that the gray mist in the surroundings was actually seeping into his body strand by strand. He could sense a heavy presence of death from the gray mist. The gray mist is the resentment of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. Once too much of the resentment invades your body, it will cause severe damage and even affect your mind. As a result, you can't stay here for too long. Once you can't last any longer, you have to retreat, Jianshen said with a solemn expression. Donglin Yanshui looked back at Jianshen and explained in detail to Jianshen, physical injuries are nothing to our Radiant Saint Hall. No matter how severe they can recover in the shortest amount of time. However, once the resentment seeps into your soul and affects your mind, it'll be far too severe. This is because injuries to the soul are extremely troublesome even to our Radiant Saint Hall. Jianshen nodded, indicating that he understood, and said, Then where are the cultivation methods and secret techniques left by the seniors? Many ancient imprints hover in this space. Every single ancient imprint was left behind by past experts of our Radiant Saint Hall. Every single ancient imprint represents a cultivation method, a divine technique, or the cultivation notes left behind by past seniors. However, obtaining these ancient imprints has nothing to do with strength. Instead, it completely depends on one's talent and luck. Donglin Yanxue stared at Jianchen and explained in detail. Close your eyes, open your heart, and use your heart to respond. Once you are lucky enough, the ancient seals floating here will automatically find you and transmit the contents recorded within to you. Jianchen immediately tried using Donglin Yanshue's method. He was suppressed by the remnant consciousness of the artifact spirit in the Tower of Radiance as well as the influence of the Tower of Radiance itself, so both the senses of his soul and the senses of his senses had been weakened to the lowest point. They were no longer of much use. As a result, he could only follow Donglin Yanshue's method. Jianchen was no ordinary person. The fact that he could comprehend the laws of the hallowed with a one-colored soul core demonstrated just how great his talent was. He had completely surpassed Donglin Yanxue long ago. As a result, when he opened his heart and called with his heart, he sensed the existence of the three ancient imprints very soon. Of course, this was not because of his senses. Instead, the mental connection between the three ancient imprints was responding to him, actively contacting him. It was exactly because of this that Jianchen could sense the existence of the three ancient imprints accurately. The three ancient imprints flew through the space aimlessly at terrifying speeds in Jianchen's senses. They would be in the sky at times and underground at other times. They would appear 10,000 kilometers away in a flash, as if they could pierce through space. Even if Jianchen erupted with his full strength, he would not necessarily be able to catch up to them. Seeing how Jianchen had already begun calling for the ancient imprints, determination suddenly appeared in Donglin Yanshue's eyes. She waved her hand at the 8 protectors behind her and said secretly, "You guys go first. You guys go ahead, don't worry about me. Your Highness, our responsibilities." A divine king said hesitantly, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Donglin Yanxue. "Don't worry, I won't come across any danger here for the time being. Chongyang, on the other hand, only has a one-colored soul core, so he won't be able to stay here for long. Once he can't last any longer, I'll send him out and I'll come find you." Hearing this, the 8 guardians looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and then left together. The Tower of Radiance was also a sacred land that hid great fortuitous encounters to them. It could even allow them to change their fates and become successful. They did not want to waste even a single second here. They urgently sought out their own fortuitous encounters. Strange. Why is Her Highness so concerned about Chongyang? After all, Chongyang is still Her Highness' protector in name, yet it's Her Highness who's protecting him now. To think that you've lived for so long. Can't you tell? The chosen saint has clearly developed feelings for Chongyang. How is that possible? Chongyang only has a one-colored soul core. Apart from Vice Leader Xianzhan's support, I really can't find anything good about him. There are countless people who pursue Her Highness in the Radiant Saint Hall. They're all geniuses, far more than Chongyang can compare to. How is it possible for Her Highness to fall in love with him? I find it unbelievable as well. According to my understanding of Her Highness, she wasn't like this in the past. However, ever since she emerged from the world of moon and star, she seemed to have become a completely different person. The 8 protectors had already left. Donglin Yanxue stared at Jianchen's ordinary face with her eyes wide open. She seemed to remember everything she had gone through with Jianchen in the world of moon and star. Her gaze gradually became gentle. 3 black-robed elders sat in a majestic hall in the disciplinary hall of the Radiant Saint Hall. They were all stern. "We've completed the preliminary investigation of the world of moon and star. The only thing I don't understand is how Chongyang and Donglin Yanxue managed to escape alive after meeting Aoyama. That's rather unbelievable. I've also checked the scene. Although there are traces of battle between vicious beasts, it's still not enough for Chang Yang and Donglin Yan Shui to escape from Aoyama. It's just that Chang Yang is Vice Leader Xianzhan's subordinate. We'll have our hands tied when it comes to Chang Yang. We can't use any special methods at all. If we end up offending Vice Leader Xianzhan, we'll lose more than we gain. The three elders of the Law Enforcement Hall all sighed. They seem to be in a difficult position. Chapter 2391. Within the sacred hall, Vice Leader Xianzhan walked out of his residence in simple white robes with his hands behind his back. A heavy pressure radiated from him. Opposite Vice Leader Xianzhan was a black-robed elder from the sacred hall. He had already broken through to the seven-colored soul core and condensed a soul tree. He bowed slightly as he reported the situation. The elder happened to be one of the upper echelon of the disciplinary hall. Are you saying that Chang Yang is hiding some unknown secret? Or is there something wrong with Chang Yang? A gleam of light immediately flashed through Xianzhan's eyes when he heard the elder's report. I wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. I just feel that it's a little unreasonable for Chang Yang and Her Highness to be able to escape from Aoyama. This is because the two of them have already encountered Aoyama. Even if a powerful vicious beast had appeared along the way and kept Aoyama busy, Aoyama would have been able to catch up to the two of them with his strength after killing the vicious beast. Even the Divine King of Light would not have been able to escape from Aoyama's pursuit, let alone Chang Yang and Her Highness, who are much slower than the Divine King of Light. Just from this alone, it's impossible for Chang Yang and Her Highness to escape from Aoyama, unless Aoyama purposefully spared them. Although three other Divine Kings of Light have survived, they have not encountered Aoyama. As a result, it can be understood that even Aoyama is unable to find where they are hiding. It's completely different from Chang Yang and Her Highness' situation. The elder reported everything he knew to Vice Leader Xianzhan. Afterwards, he carefully glanced at Vice Leader Xianzhan's face. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "Aside from that, I also have a feeling that..." The elder hesitated as if he was worried. He did not know whether he should say it or not. "Speak," Vice Leader Xianzhan called out. His expression remained the same. The elder of the Law Enforcement Hall thought for a while and said softly, "This subordinate has carefully observed the scene. Based on this subordinate's many years of experience, I have a feeling that that place seemed to have been deliberately set up by someone, as if to hide something. Of course, this is only my intuition. I haven't gathered any useful evidence yet." "Have you tried turning back time and peeking into the past?" asked Vice Leader Xianzhan. The space in the world of moon and star was rather fragile. It was only enough for infinite primes to enter. Experts like the 8 vice leaders were unable to enter at all. As a result, they could only go through the elders if they wanted to learn about the situation there. We've asked subjects to try turning back time, but the several dozen places where Aoyama took action in the world of moon and star have all been disrupted by Aoyama. He's interfered with the laws, so turning back time is useless. And there's something else. I've just learnt that out of all the disciples below Divine King, only Chang Yang has yet to undergo a blood test. Even Her Highness has obtained a blood medallion after recovering from her wounds," the elder said carefully. Vice Leader Xianzhan's eyes narrowed. After a moment of thought, he waved his hand and said, "You are dismissed for now. Don't divulge the information you know for now unless the leader asks you personally." "Yes, this lowly one understands." "Then this lowly one will take his leave." The temple elder of the Law Enforcement Hall respectfully retreated. Xianzhan was the most respected out of the 8 vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall because he had already reached the peak of his cultivation level. No one knew when he would break through and reach the next level. Now that Vice Leader Xianzhan had personally spoken, the elder dared not tell the other 7 vice leaders what he knew no matter what. After the disciplinary hall elder left, Xianzhan was the only one left in the spacious bedchambers. He stood there proudly with his hand on his arm. With a flip of his hand, the jade bottle that contained a droplet of Xian Ming's blood that he had obtained from Jianchen and the jade slip that Xian Ming had left behind with a message from Xian Ming appeared. Xian Zhan's gaze deepened as he looked at the two items in his hand. The Nine Clouds Plain was one of the 49 great plains of the Saints' world. Although its status was nowhere near as great as the famed Seven Sacred Plains, the Nine Clouds Plain still ranked towards the top on the remaining 42 Great Plains and 81 Great Planets. This was because there was an extremely powerful clan on the Nine Clouds Plain, the Heaven-Splitting Clan. The Heaven-Splitting Clan was a peak clan that had truly risen to prominence in the past 3 million years. It had already spread throughout the Saints' world. All of this was because the Heaven-Splitting Clan possessed a supreme expert only second to Grand Exalts. He was the Heaven-Splitting Ancestor, one of the few peak experts in the Saints' world. He stood on the same level as the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bishing, Exin. He was extremely close to the heavenly ways and was only a step away from becoming a Grand Exalt. At this moment, a completely blue divine hall stood silently within the Heaven-Splitting Clan. It gave off a faint pressure. Very few people in the Saints' world did not know about this divine hall because it was the Azure Poseidon Palace that had caused an uproar in the Saints' world several years ago, where more than half of the Supreme Divine King had died. At this moment, the new master of the Azure Poseidon Palace, Xiao Man, sat across from a young man who seemed to be in his 30s with Zune. The young man's appearance was nothing special, but his eyes were special. They would shine at times, as if they could see through the heavenly secrets and the wondrous ability to see through all the mysteries of the world. At other times they would become extremely profound, as if they contained a vast galaxy. As the galaxy revolved, they seemed to be able to devour a person's soul. Although he did not give off the slightest bit of aura, and other than his eye-catching eyes, he appeared to be extremely ordinary. Xiao Man and Zi Yun, who sat across from him, appeared to be extremely cautious. They seemed to be extremely afraid of this young man. Even though they were in the Azure Poseidon Palace, Xiao Man's territory, they still did not feel safe at all. You can think about my suggestion carefully. Although the Azure Poseidon Palace is of great quality and extremely powerful, it's not invincible. If you leave here, even more experts will target you, and it'll be very difficult for you to have peace. Only I can protect you so that those people won't dare to have any thoughts about the Azure Poseidon Palace, said the young man. His voice was very gentle, like a spring breeze. After saying this, the young man's figure quietly disappeared. He's already left the Azure Poseidon Palace. After the young man left, a short old man appeared before Lil Man. He looked at the spot where the young man had been sitting and felt a sense of powerlessness. Artifact Spirit. The Azure Poseidon Palace is a high-quality god artifact. It possesses unbelievable power. Can you really not do anything to that person with the power of the Azure Poseidon Palace? Xiao Man asked. Chapter 2392. The short old man shook his head bitterly. He's the heaven-splitting ancestor. He was at the same level of cultivation as the old master. Even if the Blue Poseidon Palace unleashed its full power, it wouldn't be able to stop the heaven-splitting ancestor. Moreover, you know what happened back then. The Neptunian Divine Palace hurtled through outer space, avoiding the peak experts. It was extremely far away from the Nine Clouds Plain where the Heaven-Splitting Clan resides, yet the Heaven-Splitting Ancestor did not even leave the Nine Clouds Plain. Instead, he brought the Neptunian Divine Palace over from such a great distance. In the hands of someone like that, the Poseidon Palace really is no different from a toy. Are we really going to give him all the Pernite ore? Although what he's offering is very valuable, the Pernite ore is still something our ancestor left behind. Xiao Man was reluctant. The short old man sighed gently. Actually, compared to those annoying fellows who chased us before, the heaven-splitting ancestor is already pretty good. After all, with his strength, if he really wanted to take the perlite ore from us, we wouldn't have been able to stop him at all. However, not only did he not take it by force, he even offered great conditions in exchange. Of course, the little master has already inherited the Poseidon Palace and obtained the things the old master left behind. Perhaps the little master doesn't care about the things the heaven-splitting ancestor gave her, but the heaven-splitting ancestor's protection is completely different. The protection of an expert like the heaven-splitting ancestor is something that can't be bought no matter how many cultivation resources you have. That's what's truly valuable. Once the little master obtains the protection of the heaven-splitting ancestor, you won't have to worry about being harassed at all. Xiao Man fell silent. Although she had obtained the Poseidon Palace and become the new master of the Poseidon Palace, she had not had it easy in the past few years because she was just too weak. As a result, many experts coveted her, and they all began to find her, using both hard and soft tactics in an attempt to control her. Controlling her was equivalent to controlling the Poseidon Palace. However, when some experts discovered that soft tactics did not work, they began to use hard tactics. Therefore, she had not had an easy time during this period of time. It could be said that she was constantly being harassed. Just as the heaven-splitting ancestor had said, the Blue Poseidon Palace was a high-quality god artifact, but it was not invincible. Once its energy ran out and the formation failed, its defenses would plummet. Before the Azure Poseidon Palace accepted a master, the countless experts of the Saints' world did not dare to set their sights on it because of a single sentence from the Bloodtear Grand Exalt. However, the Azure Poseidon Palace had already accepted a master. To the peak experts, this was a way to avoid the Bloodtear Grand Exalt's decree and obtain the Azure Poseidon Palace. This was because the Bloodtear Grand Exalt only told everyone not to snatch the Azure Poseidon Palace. He did not say that they could not rope in the master of the Azure Poseidon Palace. Therefore, in the eyes of many top experts, they felt that whoever could rope in Lil Man would be able to obtain the Azure Poseidon Palace. Roping in was naturally a form of control as well. Xiao Man, we sisters are only where we are today because of Jian Chen's assistance. However, countless experts have trapped Jian Chen on the desolate plain for the sake of the Anata Tower. We have to find a way to help him, said Jian Chen. We have to help him, Ziyun said from beside Lil Man at this moment. As soon as she thought about Jian Chen's current predicament, she struggled to calm down. Lil Man's eyes immediately lit up. She said firmly, Sister Ziyun is right. If it weren't for Brother Jian Chen's assistance, I probably would have died in the Azure Poseidon Palace long ago, let alone the fact that I would not have been able to retrieve my ancestors' legacy. I have to help Brother Jian Chen now that he's in trouble. I've already made up my mind. I can give all the perlite ore on the 8th floor of the Azure Poseidon Palace to Senior Heaven-Splitting Ancestor, but Senior Heaven-Splitting Ancestor must ensure Brother Jian Chen's safety. At the same time, the young man who had appeared in the Azure Poseidon Palace hovered in the air where the Heaven-Splitting Ancestor cultivated in a forbidden grounds of the Heaven-Splitting clan. He held a thumb-sized black bead in his hand. The ordinary-looking young man, who seemed to be in his 30s, was the Heaven-Splitting Ancestor who was renowned throughout the Saints' world. The Heaven-Splitting Ancestor looked at the black bead in his hand as undisguised desire and excitement filled his eyes. It was very difficult to imagine just what could tempt the Heaven-Splitting Ancestor so much with his supreme cultivation. I never thought that the soul bead condensed from a fragment of the Grand Exalt of Ancient Paths' soul would actually hide such a shocking secret. A terrifying item that doesn't belong to this epoch actually possesses such terrifying power. Once it's refined, even Grand Exalts fear it. The perlite ore in the Azure Poseidon Palace was actually left there by the experts of the Taoist sect of Neptunia under the orders of the Grand Exalt of Ancient Paths. Since I learnt from the Grand Exalt of Ancient Paths' hazy memories that the perlite ore is one of the materials necessary to refine that item, I have to obtain the perlite ore again. Grand Exalt of Ancient Paths, since you failed to refine that item and I was fortunate enough to obtain a soul bead condensed from a fragment of your soul, as well as learn the secrets of that item, I'll complete what you failed to do for you," the heaven-splitting ancestor murmured. He stroked the bead lovingly as if he had obtained a supreme treasure. At this moment, the heaven-splitting ancestor's face changed, and he said, "The new master of the Azure Poseidon Palace has agreed to exchange the Pernite Oregon. Very good. Protect a kid called Jianchen. It's a piece of cake, men." "What are your orders, ancestor?" An old man stood outside the room politely. He was the heaven-splitting ancestor's servant in the end. "Go to the desolate plain and bring me that person called Jianchen," ordered the heaven-splitting ancestor. "Do you want the Anata Tower, ancestor?" The servant was surprised. "The Anata Tower?" A smear of disdain appeared on the heaven-splitting ancestor's face. He said, "If the Anata Tower was in good condition, I would be slightly interested, but it's damaged now, and it's been sealed by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt. The price to repair it is just too great. It's not worth becoming enemies with Exian for a damaged Anata Tower. You only need Jianchen this time. As for the Anata Tower, let the brats on the desolate plain fight for it." "Yes, I understand." In the majestic War God Hall on the Godnigma Plain, the armored Tai Ta slowly made his way out of a secret room in seclusion. The presence he gave off was so powerful that it had reached the primordial realm. Now Tai Ta had become an infinite prime. "Welcome back, War God." Outside the secret room, 3 old men silently appeared and bowed to Tai Ta. The 3 old men were one of the 3 great elders of the God clan. Their authority was so great that they basically reigned supreme in the God clan. They were only second to the War God. "Is there any news of Jianchen?" Tai Ta glanced past the 3 great elders and asked like a superior. He was filled with dignity. Chapter 2393. Your Majesty, Jianchen possesses the Anata Tower, which has already attracted the attention of many experts. Many organizations want to steal the Anata Tower from Jianchen and then hand it over to the heavenly palace of Bishing for benefit. Now, Jianchen has already been trapped on the desolate plain. However, his hiding methods are extraordinary. Many experts have searched the desolate plain for 3 or 4 years, but they still haven't found any traces of Jianchen, said a great elder. Although Jianchen was an insignificant figure, what had happened on the desolate plain recently was just too shocking. It had already spread through the saints' world, so many peak experts were familiar with Jianchen's name. It said that the peak experts gathered on the desolate plain have already begun testing the blood of all the juniors below the Divine King realm. All the Divine King and Infinite Primes will be divined once in an attempt to find Jianchen through this method, said a second great elder. This child is indeed rather special. I tried divining his fate in the past as well. I tried to divine his fate, but in the end, I was unable to divine anything about him at all. If we continue searching like the people on the desolate plain, even if Jianchen is rather special, he'll be found sooner or later, said a third great elder. Tai Ta snorted coldly, and his gaze became piercing. He said sternly, Jianchen is my sworn brother. I will never allow anyone to do anything detrimental to him. Immediately send experts to the desolate plain and warn everyone that anyone who harms my brother will become my enemy, no matter who they are. Yes, we'll get a hall elder to personally head to the desolate plain right away. The 3 great elders who reigned supreme in the God clan did not dare to disobey Tai Ta's words. They all obeyed without any hesitation at all. This was because the war god was a supreme existence in the God clan. No matter how powerful or weak he was, as long as he spoke, it would be an imperial decree. It was truly unquestionable. As a result, even though Tai Ta was only an infinite prime right now, as weak as an ant compared to the 3 great elders, he could directly order them around. Jianchen stood within the Tower of Radiance in the Radiant Saint Hall on the desolate plain with his eyes closed. he called with his heart, constantly deepening his connection with the three ancient imprints. The three ancient imprints moved through the Tower of Radiance like fish in water. They moved unbelievably fast, where it was impossible to catch up to them. As a result, the only method was to obtain the recognition of the ancient imprints so that they would approach him voluntarily. Finally, under Jianshan's efforts, one of the ancient imprints changed direction and headed towards Jianshan. With a few flashes, a fist-sized ball of light appeared between Jianshan's eyebrows. Strands of ancient consciousness appeared. The ancient imprint had already passed on all the information recorded within to Jianshan. The sword transformation technique. With a thought, Jianshan immediately knew that the ancient imprint recorded a radiant arte. However, only hallowed saint masters who had comprehended the laws of the hallowed could grasp this radiant arte. Jianshan could not help but become immersed in his comprehension of the sword transformation technique. At the same time, strands of the laws of the hallowed descended and revolved around him. As he comprehended, the power of the laws of the hallowed that revolved around him began to pulse with a special rhythm. It seemed to condense into the shape of a sword. Donglin Yen Shui stood beside Jianshan and replied to him. The appearance of the laws of the hallowed immediately made her eyes widen. Her face was filled with shock as her heart churned. The laws of the hallowed. This is the laws of the hallowed. He has actually comprehended the laws of the hallowed with a one-colored soul core. How is this possible? Donglin Yen Shui cried out inside. At that moment, she even struggled to believe her eyes. She struggled to believe that this was real. In the Radiant Saint Hall, most of the star geniuses could only comprehend the laws of the hallowed with four-colored soul cores. Only the star geniuses with 5 or more stars could comprehend the laws of the hallowed with 3-colored soul cores and become hallowed saint masters. Even a 9-star genius with extraordinary talent like her, as well as the 4 candidates participating in the trial this time, could only comprehend the laws of the hallowed with a 2-colored soul core. However, Chang Yang had actually become a hallowed saint master with a 1-colored soul core. It was not that there were no hallowed saint masters with 1-colored soul cores, but that was history from 1,000,000 years ago. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how rare hallowed saint masters with 1-colored soul cores were. Chang Yang is actually already a hallowed saint master, and it looks like he has comprehended the laws of the hallowed for quite some time already. A hallowed saint master with a 1-colored soul core can be directly promoted to chosen saint. There's no need for him to undergo any trials or challenges. Why didn't he do that and give the position of chosen saint to me instead? At that moment, Donglin Yen Shui's heart was in a mess. She was at a loss. She deeply understood just how great of an status a hallowed saint master with a 1-colored soul core possessed in the Radiant Saint Hall. This was because it represented a supreme genius that had not appeared in the Radiant Saint Hall for 1,000,000 years. At this moment, the ancient imprint that Jianshan passed on the law vanished with a flash. Afterwards, the laws of the hallowed around Jianshan vanished. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Donglin Yen Shui staring at him blankly with a single glance. This immediately stunned Jianshan slightly. However, he suddenly realized that he had used the laws of the hallowed involuntarily when the ancient imprint passed on the law to him. This was not something he could control. It was a completely subconscious action, so he could not hide it even if he wanted to. However, he had only exposed his talent as a Radiant Saint Master, which was not a bad thing for him. Moreover, he was already prepared to leave the Radiant Saint Hall after leaving the Tower of Radiance. As a result, even if his talent was exposed, the upper echelon of the Radiant Saint Hall would not have enough time to investigate his origins. Why, you've actually become a hallowed Saint Master a long time ago. Then why have you always been hiding it? Do you know that if the upper echelon of the Sacred Hall discovered your talent, you would directly become the chosen saint? Donglin Yen Shui looked at Jianshan with mixed feelings. I have no interest in the position of chosen saint, and I don't plan on staying in the Radiant Saint Hall for long. Jianchen suddenly became stern. He said, Donglin Yanxue, I hope you can keep this a secret. I don't want too many people to know that I've become a hallowed saint master. Why, you want to leave the Radiant Saint Hall? Donglin Yanxue stared at Jianchen blankly. For some reason, she actually became flustered when she heard that Jianchen wanted to leave the sacred hall. Chapter 2394. Jianchen did not answer the question. He closed his eyes and sensed for a while before saying, I just obtained a radiant arte called the sword transformation technique from the ancient imprint. It's just a pity that the sword transformation technique isn't of a high grade. Once I surpass the Divine King, the sword transformation technique will be completely useless. Do you have any methods for me to find higher grade cultivation methods and radiant arts? Donglin Yanxue sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed down her churning emotions. She said slowly, the ancient imprints outside are all prepared for disciples below the Divine King because the contents within the imprints just happen to be suitable for disciples at that level. However, there's a sacred pavilion in the depths of the Tower of Radiance. The sacred pavilion is the true soul of our Radiant Saint Hall. It's where all our legacies reside. This is because all the cultivation methods and radiant arts in the sacred pavilion were left behind by experts who had condensed soul trees throughout history. There's even a legend that the sovereign of the world, who created the Tower of Radiance, a grand exalt, left his cultivation method in the sacred pavilion. Of course, no one has ever obtained this cultivation method throughout the history of our Radiant Saint Hall, including the various leaders of our Radiant Saint Hall. As a result, the Grand Exalt's cultivation method in the Tower of Radiance has always been a legend. No one has been able to prove its existence. The Grand Exalt's cultivation method. Jianchen's eyes burned with undisguised desire. Clearly, the Grand Exalt's cultivation method was irresistible to him. After all, this was not a cultivation method used by cultivators. If it were a cultivation method practiced by cultivators, even if it was a cultivation method that was even more powerful than a Grand Exalt's cultivation method, he would not be interested at all. This was because he cultivated chaotic force. He had embarked on a completely different path of cultivation. It was already set in stone, so he could not change other cultivation methods. However, Radiant Saint Force was different. Right now, he lacked a cultivation method like that. As a matter of fact, he even went to great lengths to enter the Tower of Radiance. Let's go to the Sacred Pavilion, Jianchen called out. The Sacred Pavilion was where he truly wanted to go. Donglin Yanxue looked at him worriedly and tried to persuade him. The Sacred Pavilion is in the depths of the Radiant Saint Hall. It'll take some time to get there. Although you've become a hallowed saint master, you only have a one-colored soul core after all. You won't be able to last for too long under the corrosion of the grudges. Chongyang, the Sacred Pavilion outside. Although the Sacred Pavilion, the Radiant Saint Hall's cultivation method, the Radiant Saint Hall. If you want to go to the Sacred Pavilion, I can't let's go when your strength is higher. I can's radiance of Radiance Saint Halls of the Radiance Saint Hall. Cans of Radiance? Saint Radiant and Radiant Saint Chong has a Saint Radiance a Radiant Saints. Saint after learning that Jianchen was a supreme prodigy that had not appeared in a million years in the Radiant Saint Hall, Jianchen's status in her heart changed once again. Don't worry about me. I'm not as weak as you imagine me to be. Let's go to the Sacred Pavilion, Jianchen said. He did not care about the grudges that permeated the place at all. Donglin Yanxue was helpless. She could only lead the way, taking Jianchen to the Sacred Pavilion in the depths of the Tower of Radiance. Is this the Sacred Pavilion? 3 days later, Jianchen stood outside a small building completely constructed from white stone as he asked Donglin Yanxue. Donglin Yanxue stared at the small building, and a rare sliver of seriousness appeared on her face. She said, "That's right. This is the sacred pavilion. Don't be fooled by its appearance. Although the sacred pavilion seems ordinary from the outside, just like an ordinary stone hut, it's a world of its own inside. Moreover, even the radiant origin pearls in the world of moon and star originated from the sacred pavilion. The sacred pavilion is the center of the Tower of Radiance. It's where the soul of the Tower of Radiance resides. Donglin Yen Shui explained to Jianchen patiently before urging Jianchen, the 8 protectors should have entered the sacred pavilion as well. Let's go in as well. We'll be invaded by vengeful spirits at all times here, so our time here is extremely limited. We can't waste it. Afterwards, Jianchen and Donglin Yen Shui entered the sacred pavilion together. As soon as they entered the sacred pavilion, Jianchen immediately felt like he had entered a different world. However, the world within the sacred pavilion was no different from the outside world. It was also enveloped by a thick, gray mist, and the grudges were everywhere. Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. When he entered the sacred pavilion, he could clearly sense the mental pulses of the sword spirit. The slumbering sword spirits actually slowly awakened. I can sense the presence of my own kind. Master, where is this place? Ziying's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. This is the Tower of Radiance. So this is the Tower of Radiance. The artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance is the same as us, the artifact spirit of Primeval, and the artifact spirit of the Anatta Tower. They're all condensed from a power within chaos. They're undying. However, it seems like the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance is a little too miserable. Not only has its body collapsed, but even its consciousness has almost been dispersed. Ziying sighed. They hid in Jianchen's body, so they could clearly sense the situation outside. The artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance is even more miserable than us in the past. It's the one with the most miserable fate out of all our own kind that we've seen. If it weren't for the fact that it's an undying existence, it probably would have dispersed long ago, Qing Suo added. His voice was filled with sympathy. Jianchen's heart shuddered when he heard what the sword spirit said. Are you saying that the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance isn't truly dead? Of course. Qing Suo and I, as well as the artifact spirit of the Anatta Tower and the artifact spirit of Primeval that Master has seen, are the same as the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. They're undying existences. Even grand exalts can't kill us. They can only suppress or seal us up, making us extremely weak. However, the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance is the one with the most miserable fate. I think it must have endured the most terrifying attacks from grand exalts in the past, causing its body to collapse and its consciousness to disperse. Although it's not truly dead, who knows how long it'll take for it to recover in its current condition. And once it recovers, it'll probably lose all of its past memories. It'll develop a new consciousness and become the second artifact spirit, Ziying sighed gently. But that's fine too. Master, what's before you is a great fortuitous encounter, Qing Suo's excited voice suddenly rang out. A great fortuitous encounter? What fortuitous encounter? Jianchen asked curiously. The artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance has already collapsed and its consciousness has dispersed, but its power still remains in the Tower of Radiance. Master, didn't you have the Labyrinth of Light when you were in the lower world? The artifact spirit of the Radiant Saint artifact was condensed from the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force after a series of complicated evolutions. From a certain perspective, it comes from the same source as the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. We can completely let the artifact spirit of the Radiant Saint artifact fuse with the power and remnant consciousness of the Tower of Radiance's artifact spirit and replace it with the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance through the method of stealing the sun, Qing Suo said excitedly. P.S. I'm going to continue writing. The second chapter will probably be very late. Moreover, Xiaoyao will be releasing a ranking of battle prowess on his WeChat account. The ranking is called the Ranking of Beauties and Experts. It will select the 10 most powerful female characters in the book. Brothers, if you're interested, please follow Xiaoyao's WeChat account and express your opinions. Xiaoyao's WeChat account is xingxiao110. For those who don't follow his account, please open your WeChat account. You'll see a blue public account at the top of your contact list. After clicking on it, you can directly search for Xiaoyao's WeChat account using the Add menu at the top right corner of the screen. Chapter 2395. What? Let the artifact spirit devour the remnant power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance and replace it as the new artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance? Can the artifact spirit devour and fuse with each other? Jianchen leapt in fright from Qing Sua's words. Qing Sua's idea was just too shocking. It shocked even Jianchen. After all, this was clearly stealing a peak god artifact, and it was done in the most heavily guarded sacred hall of the Radiant Saint Hall. That was just audacious. However, a sliver of excitement and joy silently appeared in Jianchen's heart. He suddenly thought of something. If it really was as Qing Sua had said, and the Saint artifact spirit became the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance, did that not mean he would become the new master of the Tower of Radiance? At that time, he would be able to control the Tower of Radiance through the artifact spirit. Everything in the Tower of Radiance would be his to take. Qing Sua, it shouldn't be that easy to replace the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance with the artifact spirit. After all, the difference in quality between the artifact spirit and the Tower of Radiance's artifact spirit is just too great. They're not on the same level at all. Jianchen calmed down very soon. He knew that replacing the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance with the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance would not be easy. If the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance could be replaced so easily, the past leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall probably would have taken the Tower of Radiance for themselves long ago. That's right. It's very difficult. It's so difficult that basically no Grand Prime can do it. However, just because others can't do it doesn't mean Ziying and I can't do it. Master, don't forget that Ziying and I are spirits condensed from a strand of yin and yang qi when chaos first began. We have our own uniqueness. We might never be able to grasp the abilities of some Grand Primes, but let alone Grand Primes, even Grand Exalts who have become the heavenly ways, can't grasp some of our abilities, Qing Sua said. Ziying thought for a while before saying, if the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance is only injured, it's impossible for it to replace it. However, it's in an extremely horrible state right now. Its body has collapsed, and its consciousness has dispersed. Right now, it basically has no consciousness at all. All that's left is a ball of origin energy. As a matter of fact, it's already dead. Even if it recovers in the future, it'll be a completely new consciousness. It won't have any of its past memories. In other words, the conditions to replace the artifact spirit of the universe are extremely harsh. First, the artifact spirit has to end up like the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. Secondly, the replacement has to be of the same origin as the artifact spirit. Master's artifact spirit is condensed from a strand of Radiant Saint Force origin energy after a series of complicated evolutions. Although it's on a very low level, it just happens to be of the same origin as the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. As a result, these conditions have been met. Thirdly, the origin of ways formed after a Grand Exalt's death must be used to mediate the replacement process so that the two artifact spirits can fuse. Lastly, we need to reverse yin and yang, reverse the laws, and deceive everyone so that we can carry out the final act of swapping. But where are we supposed to find the origin of ways formed after a Grand Exalt's death? Jianchen grumbled inside when he heard about the origin of ways. He had once obtained the origin of ways formed after the ancient Skywolf's death, by coincidence on a desolate planet. However, he had already absorbed the origin of ways long ago. Not a single droplet remained. Master, Qing Sua and I have collected some of the ancient Skywolf's origin of ways as well. The origin of ways has always been with us. Originally, we were going to prepare it for Master's future breakthrough. But looking at it now, we won't be able to wait until then. The origin of ways we collected in the past will only benefit the artifact spirit for free. Xing's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Although the origin of ways is precious and rare, if the artifact spirit really succeeds, it won't be a loss to use the origin of ways on him. We already have the origin of ways. As for the final act of reversing yin and yang, reversing the laws, and carrying out the final act of swapping, it will be completed by Xing and I. However, Xing and I haven't recovered our powers yet, so we'll need your assistance when the time comes, Master. Otherwise, we won't be able to complete it with just Xing and I alone. Of course, whether the artifact spirit can replace the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance in the end will still depend on its own fate. Once it succeeds, the artifact spirit will undergo a qualitative change, reaching a whole new level and truly becoming the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. However, if it fails, it will die and truly disperse from the world. Qing Sua became stern towards the end. After a moment of thought, Jianshan said, "Let me ask the artifact spirit. It'll decide whether it's willing to try or not." Afterwards, Jianshan immediately communicated with the artifact spirit and told it what the sword spirits thought. As for the artifact spirit, it immediately agreed excitedly without any hesitation at all when it heard Jianshan's suggestion. It did not hesitate at all. Becoming the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance was equivalent to a weak fighter suddenly obtaining an almost invincible body. The temptation was just too great. Even if it was doomed from the slightest carelessness, it struggled to suppress its desire to become a supreme expert. "Chongyang, what are you blanking out for? Do you feel unwell?" At this moment, Donglin Yen Shue's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Donglin Yen Shue could not help but ask in concern when she saw Jianshan blanking out. Jianshan shook his head gently. "I'm fine, but I want to look around and find my own fortuitous encounters." "I'll go with you," Donglin Yen Shue said gently. "There's no need. I want to move alone." Jianshan declined without any hesitation. With that, he used his radiant wings to leave, vanishing into the dense mist in the blink of an eye. Donglin Yen Shui stood where she was in a daze as she stared in the direction that Jianshan had vanished in. She was gloomy and could not hide her disappointment. After distancing himself from Donglin Yen Shui, Jianshan no longer held back. He immediately rushed towards the depths of the sacred pavilion as quickly as he could. He understood that once the sword spirits truly began to reverse yin and yang, replacing the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance with the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance, it would obviously cause an extremely great disturbance. No one could tell just what kind of phenomenon would occur. As a result, he needed to be far enough away from Donglin Yen Shui and the 8 protectors to prevent them from finding him and exposing his identity. After all, the exposure this time would not be as simple as his identity as martial soul force. It would be the existence of the sword spirit. Chapter 2396. The sacred pavilion of the Tower of Radiance was an extremely vast miniature world. No one knew just how large the miniature world was. Jianshan moved as fast as he could within the miniature world, shooting off into the distance with lightning speed. He moved extremely quickly, crossing 1,000 kilometers in a single instant. The mist that permeated the space did not seem to be able to affect him at all. His chaotic force could last him a very long time in the Tower of Radiance. Jianshan only stopped after traveling for an entire day. He sat down in an empty area, and with a thought, a golden streak of light immediately shot out from between his eyebrows, turning into a small tower. The tower was the Radiant Saint artifact. Xing Qing Suo, prepare to begin. Jianshan secretly communicated with the sword spirit. The sword spirits immediately appeared, condensing above Jianshan's head. They turned into an illusionary man and woman. Once you succeed, you'll undergo a complete transformation and become the new artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. You'll be countless times more powerful than before. However, if you fail, you'll truly vanish from the world. After all, you're not like us. You're undying. Are you ready? The sword spirits glared at the saint artifact. I'm ready. Riches come with danger. In order to obtain this opportunity to reach the heavens in a single step, I'll do anything even if I'm doomed. The artifact spirit of the radiant saint artifact said firmly. Good. Now I'll teach you what to do. Replacing the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance is nowhere near as simple as it seems on the surface. We can only push you along. Whether you succeed in the end will still depend on your own fortune and fate. Afterwards, the sword spirits sternly explained the process and steps to the artifact spirit in detail. Afterwards, they called out, Master, use chaotic flames to melt the saint artifact so that the artifact spirit can break free from the artifact's restraints. Jianshan's expression was solemn. He immediately activated his secret technique and ignited his chaotic energy to form chaotic flames that began to melt the radiant sacred artifact. Jianshan's chaotic force had reached major achievement, so the chaotic flames formed from burning chaotic force were extremely terrifying. The radiant saint artifacts were not of high quality, so they immediately began to melt at a visible rate under the flames of the chaotic body. Moreover, the melted parts did not remain. Instead, they were directly vaporized and burned into nothingness by the chaotic flames. This was because only materials of a certain grade would remain after being burned by Jianshan's terrifying primal chaos flames. As the radiant saint force melted away bit by bit, the artifact spirit seemed to experience hellish pain. It produced a chilling cry. As the artifact spirit of the saint artifact, it was born from the saint artifact. It was inseparable from the saint artifact. If the saint artifact was destroyed, it would truly vanish from the world. This was because it was only an artifact spirit condensed from the inferior energy of a lower world. It was unable to achieve indestructibility like the sword spirit. Even if the sword spirit shattered, the spirit would continue to exist. Succeed or die trying. Once you've taken this step, there's no turning back. This is only the first step. You have to persist or you'll be reduced to ashes, the sword spirits said softly. At the same time, the origin of ways formed from the death of a grand exalt shot out from their hands, enveloping the artifact spirit. We'll use a strand of the origin of ways to protect your body so that it will remain indestructible, but you cannot avoid the pain. You can only rely on yourself. Remember, even though you're protected by the origin of ways, your consciousness will still collapse once you're unable to endure the pain. It will be reduced to the energy of the world. The sword spirits called out gently. They were extremely stern as well. Although they were in charge of replacing the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance with the artifact spirit of the Saint Artifact, they could only push it along. Whether it would succeed or not still depended on the artifact spirit. In just a few seconds, the radiant Saint Artifact had truly been reduced to nothingness by the chaotic flames. The artifact spirit had been reduced to a fist-sized ball of light. This was its form, but it was also its consciousness. It was equivalent to the soul of a person. Originally, it would live and die with the Saint Artifact. If the Saint Artifact was destroyed, it would not be able to survive. This was the natural law of the world. However, it just happened to be protected by the origin of ways. The origin of ways had been left behind by Grand Exalts before they passed away. Before Grand Exalts died, they were existences equivalent to the heavenly ways. They could defy the laws and control the operation of the heavenly ways. As a result, under the protection of the origin of ways, the artifact spirit had basically broken the laws and interfered with the heavenly ways. That was why it could survive. Quick, fuse with the origin of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. The origin of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance is everywhere. You come from the same source as it, so you can sense its existence. You have to complete all of this before our origin of ways runs out, or you'll still be reduced to ashes without the protection of the origin of ways. The sword spirits called out as the origin of ways constantly poured out from their hands. The artifact spirit said nothing. It immediately began to fuse with all the power it sensed from the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. Originally, the power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance was terrifyingly great. Even a tiny sliver of its power was enough to wipe out its soul and make it truly disperse from the world. This was because the two of them were not on the same level at all. It had no right to devour or fuse with it. However, it was different with the origin of ways left behind by Grand Exalt. The origin of ways enveloped the artifact spirit, which was equivalent to creating new laws of the world, forcefully changing everything and adjusting the power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. Only then did the artifact spirit possess the right to absorb the power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. The power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance began to be absorbed by the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. Every time it absorbed a sliver of the power of the Tower of Radiance, the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance would swell at an unbelievable rate, as if it had eaten a great tonic. Its original body strengthened at an unimaginable rate. It became more and more powerful at an unimaginable rate. The power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance was just too terrifying. Even a sliver of it was enough to strengthen the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance by countless times. As the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance rapidly strengthened, it gradually absorbed the power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance at a faster and faster rate. As the power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance was rapidly absorbed, the entire world within the Tower of Radiance changed drastically. The mist that permeated the Tower of Radiance originally came from the resentment of the Tower of Radiance's artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance after it collapsed. This resentment seemed to have a bit of spirituality in it. At this moment, the resentment seemed to sense something. It suddenly surged violently and began to rapidly gather from all directions. It began to attack the artifact spirit of the origin of ways with surging fury. Chapter 2397. Immediately, the rate at which the artifact spirit absorbed the power of the Tower of Radiance's artifact spirit was greatly affected. It gradually slowed down, even though it was protected by the origin of ways, which prevented it from being affected by the grievances. However, the grievances were condensed from the lingering consciousness of the artifact spirit after all. Even though the lingering consciousness had basically lost its consciousness, it still possessed an instinctive reaction. At this moment, the lingering consciousness began to resist the devouring and fusion of the artifact spirit under its instinctive reaction. At the same time, the lingering consciousness of the artifact spirit mobilized a portion of the power that permeated the Tower of Radiance, turning it into various attacks in an attempt to devour the artifact spirit instead. However, in the end, no matter how great the power the lingering consciousness of the artifact spirit mobilized, no matter how sharp and terrifying the attacks were, they would immediately become gentle as soon as they approached the origin of ways. All the sharpness and killing intent would be erased. This was because the origin of ways had basically given birth to new laws. Once it entered the origin of ways, it would have to follow the laws set down by the origin of ways no matter how great the power was. If the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance was in its peak condition, it would be able to fend off the laws set down by the origin of ways with its power as a peak god artifact. However, it was only a lingering consciousness now. It was not even a 10,000th of what it was when it was alive. It was naturally powerless before the origin of ways. It was completely subdued. You're too slow. At this rate, you won't be able to take the Tower of Radiance. If you don't fuse with all the power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance before the origin of ways runs out, you won't be able to truly fuse with the Tower of Radiance. Without the Tower of Radiance as a shell to support you, you'll only be reduced to ashes. The path that the artifact's spirit walked right now was fraught with danger. The slightest carelessness could lead to irrecoverable doom, truly vanishing from the world. As a result, the two sword spirits were filled with nervousness. Jianchen also sternly stared at the artifact spirit. He felt nervous inside. The origin of ways that had formed when a grand exalt passed away was constantly being depleted. Although he had no idea how much origin of ways the sword spirits had collected back then, it definitely would not last for long. He wanted to assist the artifact spirit, but it was already a battle between the artifact spirit and the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. Let alone him, even the sword spirits were unable to help. At the same time, Donglin Yen Shui had already gathered with the 8 protectors in another place far away in the sacred pavilion. The 8 protectors all sat with their eyes closed. Clearly, they were exchanging the ancient imprints that floated through the air. Donglin Yenshui sat among the 8 protectors, protected by them like stars around a moon. Her snow-white and luxurious chosen saint's attire tightly wrapped around her tall and slender figure. Her picturesque face was filled with a hint of lust, which filled her with a sense of purity and beauty. At this moment, Donglin Yen Shui and the 8 protectors all snapped open their eyes at the same time. They looked at the surroundings in surprise. The grudges that permeated the surroundings, or even the entire world, suddenly surged violently. They turned into torrents that surged in the same direction. At the same time, all of them, including Donglin Yen Shui, could clearly sense a surging fury that seemed to originate from the world. It felt like the fury of the sky, the fury of the world, and the fury of the world. It was dignified and vast, directly reaching their souls and affecting their emotions. What's going on? What's happening? Why has something like this happened in the sacred pavilion that I've never heard of before happened? Donglin Yen Shui and the 8 protectors all stood up and looked around in surprise and doubt. The monstrous fury that seemed to originate from the world affected all of their emotions, making it difficult for them to remain calm. An inexplicable fury rose from the bottom of their hearts, making them restless and impatient. They were unable to calm down at all. It seems like the fury from the lingering consciousness of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. A protector said with uncertainty. The fury from the lingering consciousness of the artifact spirit? How is that possible? Does the lingering consciousness still have thoughts and emotions? But why is it angry? Another protector asked with a confused expression. At this moment, a smear of surprise appeared on Donglin Yen Shui's face. She called out gently, "Have you discovered that the grudges here seem to be weakening? It really is weakening. Something shocking must have happened in the sacred pavilion. Let's go. Let's go in the direction of the grudges and see what's happening at the source of the change." The protectors escorted Donglin Yen Shui towards Jianchen's location with lightning speed. As time passed, more and more power fused with the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance's artifact spirit in Jianchen's direction. With the assistance of this power, the artifact spirit became more and more powerful. In particular, when it reached a certain level of strength, the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance's retaliation and resistance seemed rather powerless. As a result, it became easier for the artifact spirit to fuse with the power of the Tower of Radiance. Naturally, it moved faster and faster. Jianchen gradually stopped worrying when he saw this. He knew that the fusion of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance with the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance was set in stone. This step had truly been completed. However, he still did not dare to become careless because it was not truly over yet. Several hours later, the power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance was finally absorbed by the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. The grudges that permeated the entire space decreased as well, but they did not disperse completely. They had only become much thinner. The artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance had become extremely powerful after fusing with all the power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. At that moment, It seemed like a dazzling sun, shining with dazzling light. Even Jianchen felt pressured when he stood before it. Of course, the artifact spirit of the Saint Artifact was unable to control it completely after suddenly obtaining such terrifying power. It tottered in the air, unable to stabilize itself. The origin of ways is about to run out. Quick, before the origin of ways runs out, fuse all your power into the Tower of Radiance and refine it. Truly fuse with the Tower of Radiance so that the Tower of Radiance becomes your new body. This is the final step, as well as the most difficult step. If you succeed, you will become the new artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance in the future. If you fail, you will be doomed forever. You will truly vanish from the world, Ziying said loudly. Afterwards, he and Qing So left Jianchen's head. They arrived in the air as two streams of air, one violet and one azure. They formed a huge Tai Chi diagram that revolved around each other rapidly. Chapter 2398. This was the origin energy of the sword spirit. It was not sword chi. Instead, it was yin and yang chi from the beginning of chaos. Chaos was divided into yin and yang. The origin energy of the sword spirits was naturally extremely powerful. Every single one of them was on the same level as the artifact spirit of Primeval and the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance, or even greater than them. This was because once the yin and yang chi fused, they would return to their original state and turn into chaos, true chaotic force. However, both Ziying and Qing So were still weak and had yet to recover. As a result, their current strength was nowhere close to their peak condition. The power they displayed did not give off too great of a pressure. However, Jianchen could still sense a presence that seemed to split the world apart with his sharp senses. The appearance of the presence seemed to even disturb the laws of the world. At the same time, the artifact spirit that had fused with all the power of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance became dimmer and dimmer at a visible rate. Its body rapidly vanished. It was fusing with the Tower of Radiance bit by bit according to the method imparted to it by the sword spirits. It had truly fused with the Tower of Radiance, turning the Tower of Radiance into a new shell that could hold its body. This was the most crucial step, as well as the most important step. Whether they could successfully replace the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance would depend on this step. At this moment, a tremendous heavenly might suddenly appeared. It descended upon the Tower of Radiance with a supreme power that seemed to be able to obliterate everything. The heavenly might did not come from within the Tower of Radiance. Instead, it came from the outside world. However, it passed through the Tower of Radiance without any obstruction and directly descended upon the sacred pavilion. This was the power of the heavens. It was powerful and terrifying, enough to make all living things shiver. It truly possessed the power to destroy worlds. After all, the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance originated from the universe. It was a power on the same level as the sword spirits, the artifact spirit of Primeval, and the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. It was protected by the laws of the world and was undying. However, when the artifact spirit attempted to devour the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance and replace it, it would naturally violate the laws of the world. The rules of the heavenly path did not allow such a thing to happen. The power of the heavenly path descended in an attempt to destroy the artifact spirit. However, as soon as the power of the heavenly ways appeared, all the heavenly secrets in the artifact space suddenly became hazy and blurry. A mysterious power suddenly appeared, throwing the laws into chaos and obscuring the heavenly secrets in an attempt to conceal the world. At the crucial moment, the sword spirits took action. They were still unable to directly contend against the heavenly laws, but they could reverse yin and yang, preventing the heavenly laws from sensing them. Master, chaotic force! The sword spirits called out. Jianchen did not hesitate at all. The chaotic Niden in his dantian began to revolve rapidly. Strands of pure chaotic force surged out from the Niden before turning into a stream of energy, pouring into the sword spirits without holding back at all. His chaotic force was like poison to other cultivators. Their bodies were unable to endure the terrifying power, but it was like the greatest tonic to the sword spirits. With the assistance of Jianshan's chaotic force, the sword spirits immediately began to grow in strength. As their strength increased, their ability to reverse yin and yang and throw the laws of the world into chaos after working together became even greater as well. As a result, all the heavenly secrets in the surroundings were immediately obscured. With the heavenly secrets obscured and the laws disrupted, the descending power of the heavenly path immediately lost its target like a blind man. It lingered around for a while before gradually dispersing. However, the sword spirits did not stop. They continued to consume their origin energy, turning it into yin and yang, disrupting the laws of the world and obscuring the heavenly secrets so that the laws of the world could not sense them. At this very moment, what they were doing was truly deceiving the heavens to cross the sea. Jianshan did not relax during this period of time. Clearly, the sword spirit's disruption of the laws would continue for quite some time. As long as the sword spirits did not stop, he needed to constantly provide them with chaotic force. Jianshan immediately frowned when he sensed the rate at which his chaotic force was being depleted. This was because his chaotic force was being consumed at a rate several hundred times faster than when he fought, or even 1,000 times faster. He could basically feel his chaotic Niden shrink with every passing second. Who knows how many resources I'll have to use to replenish my chaotic force after this. However, as long as the artifact spirit succeeds, it'll be worth it no matter how much chaotic force I use, thought Jianshan. He sat on the ground like an inexhaustible source of energy, constantly supplying the sword spirits with energy. The artifact spirit had completely vanished from the world. Even Jianshan was unable to sense it. It was as if it had completely fused with the space there. However, as long as the sword spirits continued to disrupt the laws of yin and yang, it meant that the artifact spirit had not succeeded. Time passed silently. After 2 whole days, the sword spirits finally stopped and turned back into the illusory figures of a man and a woman. However, their figures were even dimmer than before. Exhaustion filled their faces as well. Clearly, they had expended a lot of energy. We've already successfully fooled everyone. This is as far as we can help him. He can only rely on himself for the final step of fusing with the Tower of Radiance. Now all we can do is wait for the final result, Ziying said weakly. With that, he and Qing Saw turned into 2 streaks of light, one violet and one azure, and disappeared into Jianshan's body. They fell into a deep slumber. Jianshan sat on the ground as he stared at the desolate world where most of the mist had dispersed. He felt eager. Artifact spirit, you have to succeed. Don't let us down. Suddenly, Jianshan's eyes narrowed. They immediately pierced through the mist and reached several tens of thousand kilometers away. Now that the mist in the Tower of Radiance had been drastically reduced, its influence on Jianshan had decreased as well. As a result, he could clearly see several tens of thousand kilometers away. He could clearly see the 8 protectors hurrying over with Donglin Yanxue. I need to go somewhere else. Jianshan stood up and erased all the traces he had left behind before leaving silently. Soon after he had left, Donglin Yanxue and the 8 protectors appeared. The source of the disturbance should be here, but the strange thing is that everything is the same as before. There's nothing strange about it. The 8 protectors patrolled the surroundings and searched carefully. They were all confused. Use the senses of your soul, said Donglin Yanxue. Due to the mist here, the senses of our souls can only reach a few dozen kilometers away. However, I've already checked the surrounding few dozen kilometers. I've found nothing, said a protector. It's impossible for the mist here to decrease for no reason. Something must have happened in the sacred pavilion. We just came too late, said another protector. Afterwards, under Donglin Yanshue's instructions, The protectors basically dug through the surrounding 1,000 kilometers and carefully searched every inch of the place. The result was obvious. They found nothing. 100,000 kilometers away, Jianshan sat on a hill quietly. Originally, he had entered the sacred pavilion to obtain the high-level cultivation methods of radiant Saint Masters, but he was in no mood to search for the ancient imprint now. Right now, the success or failure of the artifact's spirit was countless times more important than collecting the cultivation methods. Even if the legendary Grand Exalt's cultivation method was placed before him, it would not shake his concern for the artifact's spirit. Unfortunately, he had no idea about the current situation of the artifact's spirit, nor was he able to do anything about it. All he could do was wait there quietly. Chapter 2399. Jianshan sat on the small hill for several days. He seemed calm on the surface, but he was unsettled inside. He also felt slightly worried. Several days had already passed, but nothing had happened to the Tower of Radiance. Even the artifact's spirit did not appear at all. His heart was filled with worry for the artifact's spirit. Even though he had sensed the ancient imprints floating through the space several times already, he was not interested at all. Chongyang, why have you come so far? At this moment, Donglin Yen Shui's voice rang out from afar. She was pleasantly surprised. Donglin Yen Shui flew towards the small hill where Jianshan resided under the company of 8 protectors. Donglin Yen Shui stood beside Jianshan. She lowered her head and looked at the seated Jianshan. The light in her eyes flowed as she asked gently, Chongyang, you must have benefited quite a lot in the past few days, right? Donglin Yen Shui's voice was filled with gentleness. The protectors behind her all seemed to have expected it when they heard her voice. Afterwards, they looked at Jianshan in some surprise. If it was before, some of them still held some doubts about Donglin Yen Shui's feelings for Chongyang, they no longer had any doubts when they heard the gentleness Donglin Yen Shui showed towards Jianshan. This was because all of them could clearly sense that Donglin Yen Shui's attitude towards Jianshan was very different from how she treated them. I wonder what Chongyang is capable of. He actually managed to win the chosen saint's heart so quickly. The protectors all sighed inside. They all gave Jianshan a thumbs up. They had been convinced by Jianshan's methods. Jianshan sat on the hill without moving at all. He stared at the vast land in a daze, as if he had not sensed the approach of Donglin Yen Shui and the others at all. He only shook his head gently and said nothing. At this moment, all of his attention was placed on waiting for the artifact's spirit. He was in no mood to chat with Donglin Yen Shui. Donglin Yen Shui did not mind Jianshan's coldness. She sat down beside Jianshan and looked at Jianshan from the side. Even though Jianshan seemed extremely calm after his disguise, he possessed an indescribable attraction to Donglin Yen Shui. Chongyang, the contents of the ancient imprints of the sacred pavilion are all at the level of the primordial realm. It's many times more difficult to obtain them than outside. You've only been in the sacred pavilion for a few days, so it's only normal that you haven't gained anything. Donglin Yen Shui thought that Jianshan had become dejected because of his lack of gains, so she comforted him gently. Actually, it's not just you. All of us haven't gained anything either. However, you don't have to worry too much. For some reason, the mist in the Tower of Radiance has suddenly decreased. It's become much thinner, so we can spend more time here. I believe that with your talent, you'll definitely gain something in the end. Chongyang only has a one-colored soul core, and his talent seems to only be at the 1 star. What talent can he have? The protectors behind Donglin Yen Shui all pouted when they heard what she said. At this moment, the mist in the sacred pavilion surged once again. It was like a serpent was churning within, causing the space there to distort. The ground below them trembled gently as well. At that moment, the world within the Tower of Radiance seemed to have been revived from the dead. It had suddenly gained life. The veins of the earth began to awaken, and the slumbering power seemed to gradually awaken as well. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. he suddenly stood up and glanced past the surroundings. His eyes gradually lit up. He knew that the sudden changes in the Tower of Radiance were definitely related to the artifact's spirit, which filled him with anticipation. What's happening? What's happening? How can the world within the Tower of Radiance shake? What's going on with the Tower of Radiance? Why are strange things happening again and again? There's never been any records of the abnormalities of the Tower of Radiance in the ancient records. This sudden and unexpected event caused the hearts of the 8 Tao protectors to be uneasy. All of them revealed anxious and uneasy expressions, and none of them knew what had happened. At this moment, extremely pure radiant saint force suddenly permeated the surroundings. No one knew where it came from. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere before rapidly expanding in all directions. It enveloped the entire world and gradually filled every inch of the Tower of Radiance. When the 8 protectors sensed the origin energy, they were all stunned at first. In the next moment they ravished with joy. What pure radiant saint force! It's actually denser than the Sacred Hall, and it seems to contain fragments of laws. The radiant saint force really does contain fragments of the laws of the hallowed. Absorbing the fragments is equivalent to directly absorbing the power of the laws of the hallowed. It'll make it easier for us to comprehend. This is a great fortuitous encounter. It's a great fortuitous encounter. We can't miss it. Everyone, cultivate, yeah. Hurry up and cultivate. Cultivate. Don't waste any time. The 8 protectors were overjoyed. They were overjoyed. They immediately sat down and began to cultivate as hard as they could. They did their best to absorb the fragments of the laws of the hallowed in the radiant saint force. Chongyang, what are you blanking out for? Hurry up and cultivate. You can't miss this opportunity. Yan Shui called out to Jianchen before immediately entering cultivation as well. Jianchen sensed it silently before slowly closing his eyes as well. He began to cultivate. At the same time, a white-robed figure surrounded by light sat in a secret room within the Radiant Saint Hall. He naturally gave off a tremendous pressure, and the space in the entire room seemed to have frozen because of the pressure. Moreover, extremely powerful laws of the hallowed revolved around this person. His comprehension of the laws of the hallowed had clearly reached an extremely profound level, causing every single strand of the laws of the hallowed around him to possess devastating power. He was the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall, the supreme existence of the Radiant Saint Hall. Suddenly, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing through space as he looked in the direction of the Tower of Radiance. He murmured, "The heavenly secrets have appeared. Something has happened to the Tower of Radiance." With that, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall vanished silently. When he reappeared, he was already outside the Tower of Radiance that had been bound by the Grand Exalt. "Why have you come?" An indifferent voice rang out from nowhere. The vice-leader, Xian Zhan, also appeared silently. "Leader, why have you come personally? Has something happened in the Tower of Radiance?" Another voice sounded, and there was a hint of respect in his tone. Vice Palace Master Mo he had also appeared. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall stared at the Tower of Radiance closely. The light in his eyes flickered as he became surprised and doubtful. He said, "When I was cultivating, I suddenly resonated with the world and understood the heavenly secrets. Something has probably happened in the Tower of Radiance." "What? Something has happened in the Tower of Radiance?" Xian Zhan and Mo He's faces changed when they heard that. They immediately became stern. "What has happened in the Tower of Radiance?" Xian Zhan asked sternly. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall shook his head and said sternly, "The heavenly secrets are hidden. It's hazy and unclear. I can't see it clearly, so I have no idea if it's good or bad. Wait here. I'll go in and take a look. I'll see what has happened in the Tower of Radiance." Chapter 2400. With that, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall personally took action. Through a special method, he opened a door in the formation around the Tower of Radiance, and with a flash, he vanished. He had entered the Tower of Radiance. Vice Leader Xian Zhan and Vice Leader Mo He needed to work together to open the Tower of Radiance, but the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall could easily do it all by himself. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how powerful the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall was. I never thought that the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall would enter the Tower of Radiance personally this time. It looks like the matters in the Tower of Radiance really are extraordinary, or it wouldn't have alarmed the leader, Mo he said sternly as he watched the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall vanish. The Tower of Radiance is the foundation of our Radiant Saint Hall. It's the most precious treasure of our Radiant Saint Hall, so we can't let anything happen to it, Vice Leader Xian Zhan said sternly. Then he looked at Mo He and said, even the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall is unable to tell whether what has happened in the Tower of Radiance is good or bad. However, just in case, we need to prepare for the worst. Immediately summon the 6 other vice leaders and get them to return immediately just in case anything happens. We can't be careless when it comes to the Tower of Radiance. We need to make the most comprehensive preparations. I'll contact the others immediately, Vice Leader Mo he said sternly before immediately backing off. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall strolled through the barren land with his hands behind his back like he was taking a stroll. He did not move quickly, but with each step, he seemed to cross 2 different spaces, crossing 1,000,000 kilometers in a single instant. It was as if the distance between spaces no longer posed much of an obstacle to him. His strength had reached a terrifying level where he could ignore space to a certain extent. He could even twist the laws to a certain extent and interfere with the operation of the heavenly ways after some difficulty. This was the terrifying strength of a Grand Prime. Grand Primes were existences who stood at the apex of the Saints' world. They were the highest level of cultivation. Even the 7 renowned Grand Exalts were at this level of cultivation. Even Grand Primes differed in strength. The sovereigns of the world, who had obtained the title of Grand Exalt, were terrifying existences who had reached the limits of Grand Primes. They had truly comprehended a law and grasped all its mysteries. As a result, Grand Exalts who had reached the limits of Grand Primes were existences akin to the laws of the world. They represented the greatest will in the world, truly supreme. The mist in the Tower of Radiance has actually weakened by so much. Moreover, it's still dispersing at an extremely slow rate. If this continues, the mist in the Tower of Radiance will probably disperse completely in a few years. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall moved through the Tower of Radiance with terrifying speed. He carefully observed every single change in the Tower of Radiance. Moreover, his eyes would shine with sharp light from time to time, piercing through space as if he was staring at the depths of the Tower of Radiance. The mist there was unable to affect him at all. What happened in the Tower of Radiance? How did this pure radiant saint force come about? And where did the fragments of the laws of the hallowed come from? The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall was filled with doubt as well. The ancient records that the Radiant Saint Hall had kept for countless years did not record what was happening in the Tower of Radiance. In other words, this was the first time this had happened. There had never been a precedent. Has the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance awakened? Apart from the artifact spirit, there's probably nothing else that can make the Tower of Radiance change so drastically. Even I can't do it. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall's eyes became abnormally bright when he reached that conclusion. Even with his mental fortitude, he was shaken. Let me peer into it and see if I can see the truth from the heavenly secret. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall closed his eyes and fused with the ways. He resonated with the world and peered into the past and future. However, he opened his eyes very soon and shook his head gently with a sigh. After all, the Tower of Radiance was a peak god artifact personally forged by a Grand Exalt. It was just too great. With the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall's current cultivation, he was unable to peer into any of its secrets. With a flash, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall crossed an extremely great distance and appeared outside a small building. He directly entered the building and entered the miniature world within the sacred pavilion. Very soon, he arrived at the place where the sword spirits had reversed the yin and yang and performed the sky-stealing sun-swapping. He stared at it for a while before closing his eyes. He stood there silently with his hands behind his back, as if he was resonating with the world. This place seems to be the source of the abnormalities in the Tower of Radiance. It's a pity that a mysterious and powerful force has disrupted the heavenly secrets, as if it's purposefully obscuring this place. It's impossible to peer into the past. Is it the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance? The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall thought to himself. He glanced at Donglin Yen Shui and the others who were cultivating on the small hill in the distance indifferently. However, he dismissed his doubts afterwards. Even he was unable to understand everything that had happened in the Tower of Radiance, so he naturally believed that the kids had no idea. It was even more impossible for him to suspect them. This was because countless powerful leaders had tried to awaken the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance throughout history, but none of them had succeeded. Even the past leaders had failed, so it was obviously impossible for these kids. It looks like it's extremely likely to be the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. After all, the Grand Exalt of Ancient Paths had personally said that the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance had not truly died. It would slowly recover at a certain point in the future. The leader of the past has already recorded what the Grand Exalt of Ancient Paths said, and it has been passed down generation after generation. It looks like it's time for the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance to awaken. After reaching that conclusion, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall vanished with a flash, leaving the Tower of Radiance. "Leader, what's going on in the Tower of Radiance?" a vice leader immediately asked as soon as the leader emerged from the Tower of Radiance. He was nervous. Aside from Xian Zhan and Mo He, 6 more people had appeared outside the Tower of Radiance. They all possessed extremely powerful presences. The 6 other vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall had all gathered there as well. At that instant, the 8 vice hall leaders had all arrived. After a moment of thought, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall said, "The artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance should be recovering. We can basically conclude that the changes in the Tower of Radiance are caused by the artifact spirit." "What? The artifact spirit has awakened?" The 8 vice leaders all roused with interest when they heard that. Chapter 2401. The mist in there is rapidly diminishing. Once it disperses completely, it can become a place of protection where all the late Divine King of our Radiant Saint Hall can hide. As long as we have the protection of the Tower of Radiance, even if that mysterious person appears again, he won't be able to harm the Radiant God Kings hiding in the Tower of Radiance. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall growled as a vicious light flashed through his eyes. The 8 vice leaders all fell silent when they heard that. They thought about the mysterious expert who had reduced their Radiant Saint Hall to such a horrible state in the past several 100,000 years. They all felt bitter inside. The mysterious expert had brought endless humiliation to their Radiant Saint Hall. Not only had he killed so many Radiant God Kings, but he had even killed his way into the Sacred Hall alone. It was like he had entered a place where no one could stop him. There was nothing they could do. Just because of him, the Radiant Saint Hall had basically become suffocated. Even when the Radiant Saint Hall asked for help from the other peak organizations on the desolate plain and promised great amounts of money, none of them dared to help them. This was because that person was so powerful that all the peak experts on the desolate plain shivered in fear. Many people believed that no one on the desolate plain could stand up to him apart from the Celestial Sword Saint. The Tower of Radiance is undergoing great changes right now. Not only has even purer Radiant Saint Force appeared, but it also contains fragments of the laws of the Hallowed. These fragments won't exist forever, so we have to make good use of them before they disperse. We can't waste them, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall said. immediately passed down the order to open the Tower of Radiance early so that the disciples with enough merit can enter and cultivate. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall continued, and passed down the order firmly. Leader, the Tower of Radiance has been specially opened for the chosen saint this time, said Emohi. The chosen saint has reserved the right to open the Tower of Radiance. Immediately get the elders to gather the disciples and let them in as soon as possible. We can't waste too much time. Moreover, the fragments won't be of much help to the elders who have condensed soul trees, so only elders and below can enter the Tower of Radiance this time. As soon as the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall gave the order, the 8 vice leaders immediately carried it out. They got the elders under them to announce their preparations. The abnormality of the Tower of Radiance this time was extremely significant to the Radiant Saint Hall. As a result, the Radiant Saint Hall opened the Tower of Radiance prematurely and lowered the entry requirements, allowing many people a chance. As soon as the news spread, it immediately caused a great uproar in the Radiant Saint Hall. Many disciples signed up enthusiastically, so in just a short day, over 100,000 people had signed up. Basically all of them were hallowed saint masters who had comprehended the laws of the hallowed, ranging from the divine king and the lords of the various peaks to hallowed saint masters with 4-colored soul cores who were only equivalent to deities. Of course, there were even more people who did not have the right to participate. To the Radiant Saint Hall that possessed 1,000,000 disciples, over 100,000 disciples who had signed up were only a tenth of their total population. Under the lead of several thousand divine king, the disciples who had signed up gathered outside the Tower of Radiance in an orderly manner. As soon as the Tower of Radiance was opened, they all turned into streaks of light and entered in a single line. Heavens, what dense radiant saint force! The sacred hall is already a sacred land of cultivation in our hearts, yet the abundant energy in the Tower of Radiance is much more powerful than the sacred hall. Most importantly, there are fragments of the laws of the hallowed in the Radiant Saint Force. This is a fortuitous encounter that can only be encountered by luck. Cultivating for a year here is probably equivalent to cultivating for 100 years or even 1,000 years outside. This is only the outer layer of the Tower of Radiance. Just the outer layer is so dense, so wouldn't the inner layer be even more terrifying? As soon as they set foot in the Tower of Radiance, the Divine King could not help but sigh in amazement. Their eyes all lit up as they seemed extremely excited. Afterwards, they all flew towards the sacred pavilion. As Divine King of Radiance, they had all cultivated for countless years and had entered the Tower of Radiance more than once. As a result, they were familiar with the Tower of Radiance. At the same time, Jian Chun, Donglin Yenshua, and the others sat down in the sacred pavilion of the Tower of Radiance. They cultivated on the small hill, constantly absorbing the origin energy in the surroundings as well as the fragments of the laws of the hallowed that were mixed within it. At this moment, the radiant saint force around Jianchen surged. The radiant saint force that had condensed around him immediately became much more powerful. The soul core in his head began to revolve rapidly as well. Gradually, a second color appeared. With the appearance of the second color, Jianchen had formally reached the level of a 2-colored soul core as a radiant saint master. I still broke through. I can't suppress it even if I want to. Jianchen did not rejoice after reaching the level of a 2-colored soul core. Instead, he sighed inside. He had used 4 years to go from a 1-colored soul core to a 2-colored soul core. Compared to the radiant saint masters who had failed to reach the 2-colored soul core after spending over a century or even several centuries, this was just a little too fast. In reality, he had not truly focused on cultivation during the past 4 years. He had only spent most of his time comprehending the laws of the hallowed. Otherwise, he would have reached the level of a 2-colored soul core long ago. However, since he wanted to absorb the fragments of the laws of the hallowed, he could not avoid absorbing the radiant saint force here. As a result, he could not suppress his breakthrough even if he wanted to. He reached the level of a 2-colored soul core uncontrollably. At this moment, Jianchen seemed to sense something. He suddenly looked into the distance, and his gaze pierced through the thinning mist. He directly looked several tens of thousand kilometers away, and he immediately frowned. Why have so many radiant divine king appeared all of a sudden? Jianchen thought. He could clearly see several tens of thousand kilometers away. Over 30 radiant divine king hurried over. It looks like the abnormality of the Tower of Radiance has alarmed the upper echelon of the Sacred Hall. The light in Jianchen's eyes flickered. He closed his eyes silently and continued to cultivate as if nothing had happened. Oh no, someone's coming. When the group of people were 1,000 kilometers away from the hill, the 8 protectors beside Donglin Yen Shui all sensed them. They called out and stopped cultivating. The mist in the Tower of Radiance rapidly weakened, and the effects on the senses of the Divine King's souls became smaller and smaller. They could now sense a range of 1,000 kilometers. Very soon, the group of radiant God Kings gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Among the 30 or so people, a small half of them were women. They were of different ages, but all of them were beautiful and had elegant temperaments. The woman at the very front seemed to be close to middle age, but she still retained her charm. Time had not left a mark on her face at all. The radiant God Kings behind him all seemed to follow the woman's lead. Auntie! Donglin Yen Shui immediately stood up when she saw the middle-aged woman. She was shocked. To no surprise, the middle-aged woman at the very front was the Lord of the Myriad Flowers Peak, Donglin Qiushui. Auntie, why have you come in? Donglin Yen Shui immediately went up to receive her and asked in surprise. Logically speaking, there should have been no one else apart from her and the 9 retainers when the Tower of Radiance opened this time. Yet, so many radiant God Kings had suddenly appeared right now. This time, we're not the only ones who've come in. Even more people have entered the Tower of Radiance. Basically all the lords of the 99 main peaks have come, said Donglin Qiushui. She glanced past Donglin Yen Shui's protector indifferently and paused on Jianchen slightly before continuing. Everyone knows that something has happened in the Tower of Radiance. You've always been in the Tower of Radiance, so have you investigated what happened? Chapter 2402. Auntie, we might have been in the Tower of Radiance the entire time, but even we don't know what's going on in there, Donglin Yen Shui said innocently. Donglin Qiushui was not surprised by this at all. Although she had been hoping that she could obtain some useful information from Donglin Yen Shui, she knew that it was impossible. With Donglin Yen Shui and the others' strength, it would probably be very difficult for them to obtain any useful information. It seems like the Tower of Radiance is heading in a good direction right now. Once the mist disappears, all the mid-divine King Peak Lords in our Radiant Saint Hall will be able to come here and break through. They'll safely undergo the late Divine King Tribulation here until they condense a soul tree and break through to another level of cultivation. Donglin Qiushui stared at the mist deeply. Undisguised eagerness and desire filled the depths of her eyes. She was not the only one. Even the 30-odd Divine King experts behind her and Donglin Yen Shui's 8 retainers showed similar expressions. Many of them had already reached mid-Divine King and had remained stagnant at this level of cultivation for many years. In particular, Donglin Qiushui was on the verge of breaking through. She could have broken through many years ago and reached late Divine King. However, none of them dared to truly break through and reach late Divine King. This was because basically all the late Divine King Radiant Saint Masters had died in the past several 100,000 years. They had all been killed by an unbelievably powerful, mysterious expert. It was exactly because of this that not a single late Divine King expert had appeared in the Radiant Saint Hall. All of them suppressed their strength as much as they could so that they remained at mid-Divine King. They dared not advance to the next level of cultivation. Yen Shui used this opportunity to cultivate properly. Condense a 7-colored soul core as soon as possible and reach Divine King, Donglin Qiushui said to Donglin Yen Shui. Yes, Aunt. And you, Chongyang. Your cultivation is the weakest, so you need to work even harder. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Cultivate properly and condense the laws of the hallowed first, Donglin Qiushui called out to everyone before setting foot on the small hill. She sat down somewhere else. The radiant divine king behind Donglin Qiushui all sat down beside Donglin Qiushui and closed their eyes. Some of them had already reached the peak of the mid-divine king realm, but there were also some who had yet to reach the peak of the mid-divine king realm, so there was still room for improvement. However, radiant saint masters like Donglin Qiushui, who had reached the peak of mid-divine king, no longer absorbed the radiant saint force in the surroundings. Instead, they only comprehended the fragments of the laws of the hallowed, accumulating for future breakthroughs. In the blink of an eye, a month had already passed. After a month of cultivation, Jianshan had reached the peak of the two-colored soul core. He was only a step away from condensing a three-colored soul core. Of course, if he had cultivated normally, it would have been impossible for him to improve so quickly. This was all because of the extremely pure radiant saint force in the Tower of Radiance. In reality, not only had Jianshan's strength increased rapidly during the month, but so had the others. Many of the Divine King Radiant had gone from early Radiant Saint Force to mid-Radiant Saint Force. Donglin Yanxue had a late four-colored soul core, but she had successfully broken through to a five-colored soul core. She was equivalent to a god now. The Radiant Saint Force has already begun to weaken. At this moment, Jianshan slowly opened his eyes. He was in no hurry to break through to a three-colored soul core. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Now, he could vaguely understand that the radiant saint force that had suddenly surged out from the Tower of Radiance was not endless. Has it already begun to weaken? 3 days later, Donglin Qiushui ended her cultivation nearby. She stood up and said to the people behind her, "Looks like the radiant saint force here is about to run out. Let's go check out somewhere else." The radiant divine king radiant saint force all stood up. None of them had entered a deep state of cultivation, so they immediately roused when Donglin Qiushui said that. Afterwards, Donglin Qiushui's group left the hill. In the following days, the radiant saint force that permeated the Tower of Radiance basically decreased extremely clearly every day. The power of the laws of the hallowed within it weakened as well. Many divine king radiant saint force had already left the places where they had cultivated before. They began to move around the sacred pavilion in search of a place with abundant radiant saint force to continue cultivating. There were also a few divine king radiant saint force who gave up on cultivation and sat on the ground to sense the ancient imprints. They wanted to obtain their legacies. Donglin Yanshue's 8 protectors stopped cultivating as well. They began to sense the ancient imprints. The origin energy in the Tower of Radiance had already decreased to a level that was slightly below the level of the Sacred Hall. The fragments of the laws of the hallowed mixed within were no longer beneficial to the divine king radiant saint force either. There was no point in them continuing to cultivate. As for Donglin Yanxue, she continued to cultivate. She was nowhere near as powerful as the divine king radiant saint force, so even if the energy here decreased, it would not affect her too much. "Master," at this moment, a voice that Jianshan had been waiting for all this time rang out in his head silently, as if it had come from the depths of his soul. "Artifact spirit." Jianshan's mind shuddered at the sudden voice. He expanded his senses in an attempt to sense the location of the artifact spirit, but there was no trace of it at all. "Artifact spirit, have you succeeded?" Jianshan asked inside. He knew that the artifact spirit could sense his thoughts. "Master, I haven't succeeded completely. I've only gained control of the Tower of Radiance. There's still a very long way to go before I can fully control it. The Tower of Radiance is much more difficult to obtain than we imagined it to be. However, Master, I've already fused with some fragments of the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance's memories. I know where the Master of the Tower of Radiance left behind his legacy imprint." Jianshan was overjoyed when he heard that. Just how great and terrifying was the master of the Tower of Radiance? The legacy he left behind would definitely be on the level of Grand Exalt. It would be the greatest legacy in the world. Why had he come to the Tower of Radiance? Wasn't it to obtain a powerful cultivation method? Where is the legacy of the master of the Tower of Radiance? Jianshan immediately asked. It's in another independent miniature world. Only the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance can open the entrance to this miniature world, said the artifact spirit. I see. No wonder there's always a rumor about a Grand Exalt's cultivation method in the Tower of Radiance, but no one has actually seen it. As it turns out, it's stored in another miniature world, a miniature world that can only be opened by the artifact spirit of the Tower of Radiance. Jianshan understood. Chapter 2403. All right. Jianshan was overjoyed. A Grand Exalt's cultivation method, and one that specialized in Radiant Saint Force, was almost fatally tempting to him. Immediately, Jianshan left the hill by himself. He condensed a pair of radiant wings and flew off towards an empty region. The 8 protectors who protected Donglin Yen Shui opened their eyes slightly. They stared at Jianshan's back and did not stop him. The 8 of them were Donglin Yen Shui's retainers. Protecting Donglin Yen Shui was their mission. As a result, the 8 of them were unable to leave as freely as Jianshan had before they received Donglin Yen Shui's orders. Jianshan flew through the miniature world in the sacred pavilion. He did not hide his strength anymore. He erupted with his full speed, crossing 1,000 kilometers in a single instance as he hurried towards a desolate region. Along the way, he came across many divine king of radiant light. He sensed their location beforehand and avoided them easily. He could already sense a range of several tens of thousand kilometers now, while these divine king of radiant light, even those who had reached the limit of mid-divine king, could only sense a few thousand kilometers away under the influence of the mist. As a result, Jianshan did not raise any suspicions along the way. Before long, Jianshan finally arrived in a place with very few people. It was a barren mountain range. The Radiant Saint Force was thin, so very few people would set foot here. Jianshan stopped in a valley in the depths of the mountain range. It was surrounded by mountains like a basin. Even if the artifact spirit caused some disturbances in the miniature world, it would be able to use the environment to conceal itself slightly. The artifact spirit is here. Open the entrance to the miniature world, Jianshan secretly called out to the artifact spirit. He was no longer able to sense where the artifact spirit was, but since the artifact spirit had taken up residence in the Tower of Radiance, it had basically become a part of the world here. Nothing that happened in the Tower of Radiance could be hidden from it. As expected, as soon as Jianshan finished speaking, the space in the gorge began to pulse violently. It was as if a powerful, invisible energy had suddenly descended, distorting the space there. Strands of powerful spatial force shot out. At that moment, the entire mountain range where Jianshan resided became enveloped by powerful spatial force. The space in the depths of the mountain range constantly shook. The landscape distorted, blurring everyone's vision. Jianshan secretly frowned when he saw this. He stared at the distorted space that constantly extended towards him, and with a single movement, he appeared 1,000 meters away as if he had teleported. At the spot where he had been standing, a huge rock was covered by the distorted space. This hard rock quietly shattered into pieces. Why has it caused such a great disturbance? Jianshan's heart sank slightly. The disturbance was just too great. If this continued, even more divine King of Radiance would be drawn over before long. Master, the entrance to the miniature world is far too difficult to open. I've only gained basic control over the Tower of Radiance, so I can only use a tiny portion of its power. I still need a little more time. At the same time, the artifact spirit's laborious voice rang out in Jianshan's head intermittently. Clearly, the difficulty of opening the miniature world had exceeded the artifact spirit's expectations. With its current strength, it was clearly extremely difficult to open the miniature world. After all, its memories were incomplete. It was only a few fragments, so it naturally did not know just how much power was needed to open the entrance to the miniature world. Gradually, the disturbance from the barren mountain became greater and greater. The powerful pulses of energy and spatial force had uncontrollably spread beyond the barren mountain range, spreading even further away. Several dozen thousand kilometers away, several divine king of radiance traveled together. They conversed and laughed along the way. At this moment, the expressions of the divine king of radiance changed. Suddenly, they looked at the desolate mountains several dozen thousand kilometers away and cried out, "What powerful spatial force! What's happening there? This energy really is powerful. Let's go and take a look." As a result, the divine king of radiance hurried towards the desolate mountains as quickly as they could. Strange. Why are there pulses of space in the Tower of Radiance? None of us hallowed Saint Masters have grasped the laws of space. Has something unexpected happened in the Tower of Radiance that hasn't been recorded in the records? Forget about the ancient imprints. The space in the Tower of Radiance has suddenly become abnormal. Something shocking has happened here. Let's go and take a look. The first change was the sudden appearance of dense radiant saint force and fragments of the laws of the hallowed in the Tower of Radiance. This is the second change. It must be some great fortuitous encounter. As time went on, more and more divine king of radiance sensed the disturbance in the desolate mountains. Immediately, all of them stopped what they were doing and rushed towards the desolate mountains from all directions. In the barren mountain, the entire canyon was filled with distorted space, causing the space below to become extremely chaotic. Jianshan had already left the gorge. He stood in an inconspicuous place 10 kilometers away as he paid close attention to the disturbance in the gorge. He would glance at the surroundings indifferently from time to time. Divine King of Radiance had already arrived in the surroundings of the gorge one after another. They all maintained a certain distance and gathered around the gorge. They stared at the distorted space in the gorge closely as they discussed among themselves. "I've miscalculated this time. I never thought that opening the miniature world would be so difficult," Jianshan thought. The gathering of the Divine King of Radiance had already cut off his thoughts of obtaining the Grand Exalt's legacy silently. "It looks like a space gate is about to open in the gorge." In another direction, the Lord of the Myriad Flowers Peak, Donglin Qiushui, stood on a mountain peak with over 30 Divine King of Radiance as she murmured, "It really is a sign that a space gate is about to open. It's just that the space gate seems extremely tough and extremely difficult to open, which is why it's like this. There's actually a hidden space in the sacred pavilion. There's no record of this in the history of our Radiant Saint Hall." A middle-aged man stood with his arms behind his back in another direction as he said sternly. Over 20 Divine King of Radiance also stood behind him. The middle-aged man was the Lord of the Sky Gazing Peak, who had given Jianshan the 1,000-leaf lotus in the past. More and more Divine King of Radiance constantly rushed over from the mountains, causing the number of Divine King of Radiance there to increase. There were over 1,000 of them. They formed a fan and surrounded the gorge as they paid close attention to it. Chapter 2404. Jianshan stood 10 kilometers away as he watched on coldly. Determination filled his face. This time, he had to obtain the Grand Exalt's cultivation method. No one could stop him, not even primordial realm elders. The difficulty of opening the miniature world with the artifact's spirit was far greater than he had expected. The space at the bottom of the gorge twisted for an entire day, but it still did not open completely. However, a fist-sized tunnel had appeared in the center of the gorge. The tunnel led to the world gate that contained the legacy imprint of the Master of the Tower of Radiance. However, the tunnel was just too small right now. It was only the size of a fist, and it constantly twisted and collapsed. It was impossible for people to enter. "Chongyang, why are you here as well?" At this moment, Donglin Yen Shui arrived beside Jianchen with her 8 retainers. She also stared at the distorted space in the gorge sternly. She said to Jianchen, "You have to be careful. No matter what happens, don't approach that place. Although your talent is unprecedented, your cultivation is still too weak. Once some unpredictable danger happens, it'll be very difficult for you to protect yourself." Donglin Yen Shui's voice was filled with concern. Jianchen remained silent. He stared at the gorge closely and said nothing. He and Donglin Yen Shui were fated to be on different sides. If he became too involved, he might even end up dragging her down. After all, he possessed martial soul force and was a member of the martial soul lineage. The martial soul lineage was fated to be enemies with the Radiant Saint Hall. At the same time, a majestic divine hall stood high above the clouds on the desolate plain in a sea of clouds. It seemed to be able to look down on the world. Over a dozen people were gathered together in a sacred and majestic hall within the divine hall. There were both men and women of various ages, but without exception, every single one of them radiated with a terrifying presence that caused the stars to tremble. These people were all peak experts who stood at the apex of a plane. They were supreme existences that could make the entire plane tremble with just a stomp of their feet. Of course, they were not native to the desolate plain. Instead, they came from various places on the 49 Great Plains and 81 Great Planets of the Saints' world. They had all gathered together because of the Anata Tower. After a few years of investigation, basically all the cultivators on the desolate plain have been investigated. We've peered into all the known Divine King and Infinite Primes, but we haven't found any traces of Jianchen. A burly, golden-robed, middle-aged man said emotionlessly. No, there are still some missing. In the Divine King's realm, 3 people entered a small world to train, and they still haven't come out. There are still 6 people below the level of the Divine King. Due to various reasons, we haven't been able to find them. If Jianchen is still in the barren state, then he must be hiding among the 9. It's just that the 9 of them all come from peak organizations on the desolate plain. We can't push these native organizations too hard. After all, our actions in the past few years have already infuriated them. We're just afraid that if we push them too hard, they'll retaliate. An old woman said with a hoarse voice as soon as the golden-robed man finished speaking. We really can't push the native organizations on the desolate plain too hard. If they manage to persuade the Celestial Sword Saint and get him to appear, we'll be in big trouble. I've studied the 9 of them in detail. We've investigated 3 of them. They entered the miniature worlds under the control of their clans to train many years ago, so it's unlikely for them to be Jianchen. As for the remaining 6, one of them is the great-grandson of a chaotic prime. He was once heavily injured, and only a damaged soul remains. As a result, it's impossible for him to be Jianchen. In other words, the remaining 5 people are the most suspicious. The final 5 people are from the Radiant Saint Hall, the North River Divine Sect, the Daoist Sect of Origin, the Chaoyang Clan, and the Daowang Empire. It's just 5 organizations. Why don't we just pressure them and get them to hand over the 5 of them immediately so that we can investigate their identities? I don't think that's a good idea. The people from the Daowang Empire and the Chaoyang Clan have already visited the Sword God Mountains several times, requesting the Celestial Sword Saint to appear. I think we shouldn't be too overbearing on the desolate plain, just in case we displease the Celestial Sword Saint. Everyone has personally witnessed the Celestial Sword Saint's strength. Is there anyone among you who can block a single strike from the Celestial Sword Saint? When these words were spoken, everyone fell into silence. They had become fearful of the Celestial Sword Saint ever since they visited the Sword God Mountains together, and the Celestial Sword Saint had beheaded a peak expert in a single stroke. It was also from then on that they began to hold back their arrogance. They no longer dared to act too recklessly on the desolate plain. In my opinion, we should split into 5 groups and wait in these 5 places. Once the 5 of them emerge from the miniature world, we'll immediately investigate them and learn their identities. A white-robed old man suggested after a while of thought. That's the only thing we can do right now. The experts gathered there reached an agreement very soon, and they immediately set off in different directions. On the surface, they had already formed an alliance, but that was only to fend off the native organizations on the desolate plain. Their objective was to find Jianshan from the sea of people. Once Jianshan appeared, their alliance would immediately disperse. They would compete for the Anata Tower. The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall sat on the throne with an ugly expression in the sacred hall that stood above the clouds. Below him sat the 8 vice leaders to his 2 sides. At this moment, the 8 vice leaders sat there with sunken faces as well. They stared at the 3 men who stood in the center very casually with ill intent. You want to remain here for long periods of time and wait for the disciple who hasn't undergone a blood test to come out? What do you think our Radiant Saint Hall is? The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall growled as he struggled to contain his anger. The 3 men all possessed tremendous presences. They were experts on the same level as the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall. Please calm down, leader. We're only serving the First Majesty of the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng. We want to find Jianshan sooner so that we can return the Anata Tower to the First Majesty. The 3 men giggled. They did not care about the leader's fury at all. Chong Yang is a Radiant Saint Master. How can he be the Jianshan you're looking for? You've got the wrong person, Xianzhan said sternly. Xianzhan, one of the 8 Vice Hall Masters, said in a deep voice. He was the only one among the 8 Vice Hall Masters who dared to go against the 3 powerhouses. This was because he was only a step away from that level of cultivation. No one knew when he would break through. Who said fighters can't become Radiant Saint Masters? Isn't the martial soul lineage the best example? Anyway, as long as they haven't been verified by us, they can be Jianshan in disguise. You're twisting words. The leader snorted coldly. Chapter 2405. Vice Leader Xianzhan appeared silently outside the Tower of Radiance on the top floor of the Sacred Hall. He stood with his arms behind his back as his presence was steady. He stared at the entrance of the Tower of Radiance deeply. There are only 5 people whose identities have not been investigated on the entire desolate plain right now. I never thought Chong Yang would actually be one of them. Is Chong Yang really Jianshan in disguise? Jianshan is a fighter who's no weaker than the Divine King. If Chong Yang really is Jianshan in disguise and cultivates both martial arts and Radiant Saint Force, doesn't that mean he's Vice Leader Xianzhan thought. He quickly thought about everything he knew about Chong Yang. Afterwards, with a flip of his hand, the jade bottle with a droplet of Xian Ming's blood and the jade slip that Xian Ming had left behind personally appeared. Xianzhan's gaze gradually deepened as he stared at the 2 items in his hand. In the desolate mountain range of the Tower of Radiance, the space continued to distort. Powerful pulses of energy shook up the surroundings. The world gate to the miniature world still had not opened completely. At this moment, more and more hallowed Saint Masters gathered in the mountain range. Many of them had received the news and hurried over as quickly as they could. Now, at least half of the Divine King who had entered the Tower of Radiance had arrived. Below the Radiant God King level, there were even more people. As far as the eye could see, there were people everywhere in the surroundings. They either stood on the mountains or hovered in the air. All of them were paying attention to the bottom of the gorge. At this moment, an even more powerful force seemed to emerge from the void. It suddenly descended, bringing with it a vast pressure that poured into the distorted space at the bottom of the canyon. With the support of this power, the gate to the small world that had never been opened seemed to be violently torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. The gate instantly expanded. Immediately, a beautiful heaven-like world appeared in front of everyone's eyes through the wide open world gate. At that moment, the eyes of all the hallowed Saint Masters gathered there narrowed. Their eyes shone brightly as they studied the miniature world from the outside. However, none of them moved, as if they were afraid to enter the miniature world through the gateway. There had never been any records of another miniature world hidden within the sacred pavilion in the history of the Radiant Saint Hall. None of them knew anything about the situation in the miniature world. As a result, they did not dare to act recklessly before they confirmed the dangers. They were afraid that they would step into a land of no return. However, there was an exception. Just as all the Divine King hesitated, a white figure condensed a pair of radiant wings and suddenly shot over from 10 kilometers away like an arrow. He disappeared into the gateway as a white streak of light. "Chongyang, what are you doing? We don't know what's going on in there, so don't go in." Donglin Yenshue's panicked voice rang out from behind. She also condensed a pair of radiant wings to chase after him, but she was unable to stop him. How bold! He's bold enough to do something that even we don't dare to do with just a mere 2-colored soul core. He even has a 2-colored soul core. Even a low-level disciple of the soul core realm is fearless, yet we peak lords are afraid of him. We're really getting worse and worse. Go in. Don't forget that this is the world within the Tower of Radiance. The Tower of Radiance is a sacred relic of our Radiant Saint Hall. Will the sacred relic harm us? Jianshan's actions seemed to touch on everyone's nerves. Immediately, the Divine King gathered in the surroundings all called out and flew over, entering the miniature world. However, not everyone was like that. There were still a few Divine King Radiant Saints who remained hesitant. At this moment, the gateway to the miniature world began to shrink gradually. The gateway did not seem to be able to last for too long. After Jianshan entered, the power that maintained the gateway dispersed, causing it to close slowly. The hesitant Divine King Radiant Saints and the many hallowed Saint Masters all gritted their teeth when they saw this. They charged into the miniature world in a flash as well. To no surprise, Donglin Yenshue and the 8 protectors were among them as well. A few seconds later, the gateway to the miniature world closed. There were still many hallowed Saint Masters who failed to enter the miniature world in time, so they were left outside. The small world was filled with a surging aura of life, and it was completely different when compared to the desolate world outside. At the center of the miniature world was an extremely large stone tablet that pierced the heavens. It was like a pillar that held up the sky. It stood there silently, supporting the world and giving off a divine light that illuminated the heavens. As soon as Jianshan entered the miniature world, he was immediately drawn over by the towering stone tablet in the distance. He stared at the stone tablet in the distance as the light in his eyes filled with excitement. At the same time, the hallowed Saint Masters who had entered the miniature world appeared around Jianshan one after another. All of their gazes were drawn over by the glowing stone tablet in the distance. "Chongyang, you're far too reckless." At this moment, Donglin Yenshue's voice rang out from beside Jianshan. She did not pay too much attention to the stone tablet after entering the miniature world. Instead, she went to find Jianshan first. Her voice was filled with blame. Jianshan looked away and looked at Donglin Yenshue beside him. He frowned slightly and said, "Be careful later. Don't get too far away from them. It's best if you stay with your aunt." Donglin Yenshue's heart immediately warmed up when she heard Jianshan's words. However, she remained stern. "The one who should be careful is you. Don't forget that I already have a 5-colored soul core, while you only have a 2-colored soul core." Pausing, Donglin Yenshue looked around and continued, "There are so many radiant Divine King here right now. Once any conflict breaks out, you won't be able to protect yourself with your strength. Just the shockwaves from the battle can endanger your life. Don't get too far away from me. Stay with me." Jianshan sighed inside when he heard that. He glanced at Donglin Yenshue with mixed feelings and no longer said anything. Instead, he said to her secretly, "Donglin Yenshue, we're not on the same side. It's best if you cut off all ties with me. As for the past, it was just a deal between the two of us. Now that our deal is over, let's end our relationship. Everything will return to how it was before. Just treat it like you've never known me. Donglin Yen Shui felt like she had been struck by lightning when she heard that. Her body trembled violently. She stared at Jianchen in some confusion and said with a rather trembling voice, What did you say? At that moment, Donglin Yen Shui suddenly felt like her heart had been stabbed by needles. I'm doing this for your own good. You'll understand very soon. With that, Jianchen directly flew towards the stone tablet in the distance. Master, this is the steel left behind by the Master of the Tower of Radiance. The Master's legacy imprint is suppressed under the steel. Only by comprehending the steel and gaining its recognition can you summon the legacy imprint from the steel. At this moment, the artifact spirit's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. It had expended far too much power and was extremely weak. Even its voice was feeble and stammering. It was as if even passing on that message was extremely difficult for it. Master, I need to recover my strength. I won't be able to help you for a while. Chapter 2406. Jianchen had already arrived before the towering steel that seemed to support the world. He studied it carefully. The steel seemed like both stone and jade. It was pure white and flawless, shining with a divine light that illuminated the surroundings. A mysterious and profound energy that seemed to represent the supreme laws of the world circulated within the steel. Anyone who stood before the steel would feel as if they were facing a boundless expanse of the world. They could not help but feel fear. This steel isn't actually forged from any material. Instead, it was condensed from the tremendous laws of the hallowed by the Master of the Tower of Radiance, the terrifying existence who had reached grand exalt. No wonder it's called a steel of ways. It's actually a manifestation of the power of ways. Jianchen saw through the origins of the steel very soon and was immediately shocked. Using the laws of the world to condense a steel was so terrifying that it was not even enough to describe it as omnipotent. Probably only grand exalts who had comprehended the laws to the limit and become the laws of the world and could interfere with the operation of the laws of the world could achieve something like that. Heavens, the entire steel is condensed from the power of the laws of the hallowed. It's just unbelievable. Who was the person who created this steel? Their control over the laws of the hallowed has reached such an unbelievable level. I understand now. This steel was actually left behind by the Master of the Tower of Radiance, the ancestor who had reached grand exalt in the history of our Radiant Saint Hall. Is this miniature world where the Master of the Tower of Radiance once resided? There have always been rumors about the cultivation methods of grand exalts in the Tower of Radiance, but no one has personally witnessed it in all these years. Do you think the cultivation methods of grand exalts are hidden in this miniature world? At this moment, many hallowed saint masters gathered around the steel. They studied the steel with shining eyes as they burned with desire. There was no lack of intelligent people among them, and they quickly guessed the secret of this place. Donglin Yen Shui also appeared near the stone tablet with her 8 retainers. However, this time she did not go looking for Jianchen. Instead, she stood beside Donglin Xiushui and stared at Jianchen from afar. Her face was gloomy. Even the rumor of the Grand Exalt's cultivation method did not interest her at all. Yen Shui, there might be an extremely great fortune hidden here. You must seize this opportunity and do your best to fight for it. Donglin Xiushui's excited voice rang out. All of her attention had been drawn away by the stone tablet, so she did not notice Donglin Yen Shui's abnormality at all. At this moment, Jianchen was already sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed as he tried his best to comprehend the stone tablet. He had already learnt from the artifact spirit that the imprint of the Grand Exalt's legacy was suppressed under the steel. Only by comprehending the mysteries of the steel and gaining its recognition could the imprint be removed. Many of the hallowed saint masters gathered around the steel sat down as well. They also comprehended the mysteries of the steel. They did not know that the imprint of the Grand Exalt's legacy was suppressed under the steel. They only knew that the steel was completely condensed from the laws of the hallowed, so it contained the endless truths of the world. If they could comprehend even a billionth of it, it would be a great benefit to any one of them. Of course, not everyone gathered around the steel. A portion of the hallowed Saint Masters were scattered across the miniature world, exploring it carefully and searching for their own fortuitous encounters. Jianshan was completely submerged in the comprehension of the steel. The power of laws within the steel was like a vast ocean to him. It was boundless and immeasurable. After all, it had been left behind by a grand exalt. It represented the limits of the laws of the hallowed. Its profoundness and level were not something that Jianshan could come into contact with. As a result, as soon as Jianshan entered the comprehension, he became lost. He was like a child who had lost his way, unable to find his way home. He was about to become completely lost. Fortunately, the laws of the hallowed within the steel were extremely gentle. It was not aggressive at all. It was like a mother who radiated with motherly love, nourishing her child. As a result, no radiant Saint Master would suffer any harm from the steel, no matter how weak they were. As a result, Jianshan roused very soon after being enveloped by a mysterious power. After rousing, Jianshan immediately discovered that he had seen a diagram that contained the mysteries of the ways within the steel. It shone with the light of the ways, creating everything in the world. At the same time, an ancient consciousness suddenly appeared in Jianshan's head, revealing a piece of information. Comprehending the diagram would allow one to obtain the imprint of the Grand Exalt's legacy. At this moment, the hallowed Saint Masters who sat around the steel and attempted to comprehend the mysteries of the ways within the steel all experienced the same thing as Jianshan. After becoming temporarily lost, they also saw a diagram and received an ancient consciousness, learning about the imprint of the Grand Exalt's legacy. This discovery immediately shocked all the hallowed Saint Masters. They all ravished with joy. Yen Shui, quick, comprehend the steel. There's a heaven-defying fortune hidden in there, Donglin Qiushui said to Donglin Yen Shui in a hurry before immediately comprehending the diagram. Jianshan also comprehended the diagram that had suddenly appeared in the steel. Together with the many divine king in the surroundings, he began to use every second to comprehend the diagram. At the same time, streaks of light shone down from the steel, enveloping all the people who comprehended the diagram. The light was protective. All the people who comprehended the diagram would be protected by the light. Time passed silently. Jianshan's comprehension of the diagram rapidly deepened. 10%, 20%, 30%. After an entire month, Jianshan had reached 50% of his comprehension. Comprehending the diagram had nothing to do with one's strength. The mysteries of the ways within the diagram truly tested a person's talent and potential. The greater one's talent and potential, the faster they would comprehend the diagram. During this time, the hallowed Saint Masters scattered across the miniature world discovered the secrets of the steel one after another. They all gathered around the steel, doing their best to comprehend the diagram. Chapter 2407. 70%, 80%, time passed silently in the peaceful miniature world. After the second month, Jianshan's comprehension of the diagram had reached 80%. Only 20% remained, and he would be able to comprehend the diagram completely, gain the recognition of the steel, and obtain the legacy suppressed beneath it. 70%. It's already 70%. Quick, I have to comprehend the last 30% as soon as possible. At the same time, the Lord of the Myriad Flowers Peak, Donglin Qiushui, secretly gritted her teeth and did her best to comprehend the mysteries of the diagram. Donglin Qiushui was the same as Donglin Yen Shui. They were both prodigies. She had once been an extremely dazzling new star in the Radiant Saint Hall, and her talent had also reached 9 stars. However, she had always been stuck at partial divine king, unable to break through. As a result, her former brilliance gradually dimmed. I'm already 70%. There's only 30% left. I have to become the first person to comprehend the diagram and obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy. The Lord of the Sky Gazing Peak was in a hurry as well. Let alone them, the Divine King of Radiant St. Hall, but even the 8 vice-leaders and the leader of the Radiant St. Hall would struggle to remain composed before the Grand Exalt's legacy. The Divine King of Radiant St. Hall had accumulated over several 100,000 years. Many of them possessed extraordinary talent, being 9-star geniuses. As a result, many of them had already comprehended 70% of the diagram. Naturally, Donglin Yen Shui was one of them. After all, comprehending the diagram tested a person's talent and ability to comprehend. It had nothing to do with personal strength. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were still slightly slower than Jianchen. Comprehending the diagram became more and more difficult towards the end. Jianchen spent a month to go from the 1st to the 5th. In the 2nd month, he went from the 5th to the 8th. In the 3rd month, he only increased his comprehension from the 8th to the 9th. He had only increased it by 10% in a month. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how much more difficult it was to comprehend the diagram in the later stages. Moreover, after reaching the 9th level, Jianchen's comprehension of the last 10% became as slow as a snail. The difficulty of the final 10% increased once again. Unknowingly, half a year had already passed since the opening of the small world. After this half a year of comprehension, Jianchen was still stuck at the last 10% of the Tao diagram. The final 10% was difficult to imagine. Even with Jianchen's talent, he was unable to make any significant progress after spending 3 months. In the past half a year, basically all the 9-star hallowed Saint Masters had comprehended over 90% of the diagrams. All of them were stuck at the last 10%. There were even some 9-star aptitudes who had already withdrawn from comprehending the Tao diagrams. The difficulty of the last 10% was so great that they had already lost their confidence. This Tao diagram is way too mysterious. The first half was fine, but as I got closer, I felt like I couldn't make sense of it at all. If I were to force myself to comprehend it, I'm afraid that I'll get lost in it. The Master of the Grand Sovereign's inheritance is indeed not something mediocre people like us can touch. In the end, it's still because our perception is too weak. A few hallowed Saint Masters had already opened their eyes. They looked at the steel before them as they became dispirited. A great fortuitous encounter was right before them, yet they were unable to obtain it. They had missed out on the opportunity to reach the heavens in a single step. The mental blow and failure was basically fatal. There's actually a kid with a 2-colored soul core here. He's actually still comprehending the diagram. With just a mere 2-colored soul core, it goes without saying that his talent is extremely poor, yet he still wants to obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy. At this moment, a hallowed Saint Master discovered Jianchen nearby and immediately sneered. I know this person. He's a low-level disciple called Chang Yang. Although his strength is nothing special, he has Vice-Leader Xianzhan behind him. It's best if we don't provoke him. A divine king glanced at Jianchen and said rather cautiously. So what if he has Vice-Leader Xianzhan behind him? Can he obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy just because he has Vice-Leader Xianzhan behind him? What a joke. He wants to obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy with just a mere 2-colored soul core. He really is ignorant. Most importantly, Chang Yang is only a 1-star genius. He wants to obtain the recognition of the Grand Exalt's legacy with just that? I think he hasn't even comprehended 50% of the diagram. Let alone 50%, even 30% would be a problem. Many hallowed Saint Masters looked at Jianchen and sneered as they commented on him. Their faces were filled with disdain and mockery. None of them knew that Jianchen was the person who comprehended the diagram the fastest out of all the Radiant Saint Masters present. Very soon another 3 months passed. Jianshan had basically comprehended the final 10% of the diagram. He only lacked the final step and he would be able to comprehend it completely. However, Jianshan encountered an obstruction at the final step. He felt like there was an invisible barrier blocking the final step of the diagram. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to get past it. He was unable to break through the barrier of 5 stars. With no other choice, Jianshan could only stop for now. At the same time, several dozen 9-star hallowed Saint Masters followed closely behind Jianshan. They also attempted to break through the final 10% of the diagram. Their rate of comprehension was nowhere near as fast as Jianshan's. Jianshan had basically comprehended 99% of the diagram, while they had only comprehended 90%. The final step doesn't seem to be something that can be broken through comprehension alone. I just feel like I need to fulfill some sort of condition, Jianshan sank into his thoughts. However, at this moment, the martial soul force within him shuddered silently. An extremely weak strand of martial soul force seemed to be attracted by some unknown force, flowing uncontrollably. It silently appeared in the diagram that Jianshan had comprehended, charging towards the barrier that stopped Jianshan's final step. The barrier that Jianshan was helpless against burst like a bubble before the strand of martial soul force. Jianshan's comprehension of the diagram immediately became unobstructed. With the disappearance of the invisible barrier, Jianshan's comprehension of the diagram immediately reached perfection. He had comprehended it completely, and he immediately gained the recognition of the steel. Under the guidance of the steel's power, a sliver of the senses of his soul silently arrived before the steel. He saw a shining imprint. The Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. Jianshan immediately recognized the imprint the moment he saw it. The moment Jianshan connected with the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint, the diagram within the steel suddenly vanished as well. All the hallowed Saint Masters who were still comprehending the diagram were pushed out by the power of the steel. What's happening? Why can't I comprehend the diagram anymore? God damn it. I've already comprehended 90% of the diagram. I'm just a tiny bit away from success. The diagram has actually vanished. I can't send the senses of my soul into the steel anymore. What's happening? Everyone returned to their senses. They cursed unwillingly. They were all angered to the point where they wanted to vomit blood. Look, there's still a pillar of light that hasn't vanished. At this moment a cry rang out. It was filled with shock and disbelief. When they heard this voice, everyone immediately looked over. Their pupils immediately shrank when they saw who it was. All the people who comprehended the steel would be protected by the power of the steel, preventing them from being disturbed by external forces. When they were pushed out by the power of the steel, the pillars of light that protected them had already vanished. However, there was actually still a pillar of light that remained. What did that mean? It meant that someone was still comprehending the steel and had not been pushed out by the power of the steel. Impossible. How can he still be protected by the power of the steel? Has he already comprehended the diagram? How is that possible? Chapter 2408. The Radiant Saint Masters gathered around the steel, all gathered over involuntarily, forming a huge circle around Jianshan. All of their gazes were gathered on Jianshan, who was still comprehending the diagram and being protected by the power of the steel. At that moment, Jianshan had become the center of attention. Originally, with his two-colored soul core, he was insignificant among all the people around the Divine King. As a matter of fact, no one would pay any attention to him. He was an insignificant figure that would be overlooked with just the slightest carelessness. But now, he had become the target of everyone's jealousy. Who is this person? He only has a two-colored soul core, yet he hasn't been pushed out by the power of the steel. Is his talent greater than all of us? That's impossible. Chong Yang's talent was clearly only at the level of a one-star genius. How can he surpass us? We have quite a few 9-star geniuses here, but they've all been pushed out by the power of the steel. Only Chang Yang continues to comprehend. Is Chang Yang's talent greater than all of us? Are you saying that Chang Yang's talent has surpassed 9 stars? All the radiant saint masters discussed. Many of their gazes towards Jianchen flickered. Donglin Yan Shui stood beside Donglin Qiushui. She also looked at the determined Jianchen, who was protected by the power of the steel, with mixed feelings. She was the only person in the Radiant Saint Hall who knew about Jianchen's talent. As a result, in her opinion, the final person who had the right to obtain the recognition of the Grand Exalt's legacy would definitely be Jianchen. As a result, she was the only person who was not surprised by this scene. As a matter of fact, she believed that it was only natural, as if this was how it should be. I've underestimated Chang Yang. Donglin Qiushui sighed in amazement as well. Humph, how can the Grand Exalt's legacy be so easy to obtain? It's true that he's still comprehending it right now, but that doesn't mean he'll definitely obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy. The radiant Divine King called out from the crowd. He was filled with jealousy. However, just as his voice sounded, the protective power from the Tao tablet quietly disappeared. At this moment, Jianchen, like everyone else, had lost the protection of the Tao tablet. Seeing this, the gathered Divine King of Light all breathed a sigh of relief. They naturally believed that Jianchen was the same as them, that he had failed as well, pushed out by the power of the steels. However, before they could rejoice, a thick, simple and ancient aura that was filled with endless vicissitudes of life suddenly spread out and enveloped the entire area. Under the influence of this ancient aura, all the Divine King of Light gathered here were shaken to the core, and all of them focused their gazes. At the bottom of the Tao tablet, a ball of light suddenly flew out. It was only the size of a fist, but it carried with it the aura of the Tao of heaven and earth. It emitted an incomparably dazzling light that illuminated the entire world. It's the Grand Exalt's legacy. Heavens, it's actually the imprint of the Grand Exalt's legacy. Needless to say, all the hallowed saint masters gathered there knew what the ball of light was because the power of the ways was just too dense. As soon as it appeared, it interfered with the laws of the world, affecting the order of the world. All of the signs clearly indicated that it was the imprint of the Grand Exalt's legacy. Immediately, everyone's eyes reddened as their hearts beat wildly. Immediately, some hallowed saint masters flew towards the imprint greedily as quickly as they could. Grand Exalts were the undisputed sovereigns of the world. They were the most powerful existences, so the legacies they left behind were naturally the most powerful and most terrifying legacies in the world. To any person, this was basically a heaven-defying fortune. No one could resist such temptation. At that moment, no one paid any attention to Jianchen, nor did anyone think about how the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint had appeared. The only thought left in their heads was to obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint regardless of the cost. However, just when they charged towards the imprint without any regard for the cost, the imprint turned into a streak of light and arrived before Jianchen at a speed that exceeded the limits of space. It hovered there silently with dazzling light. At that moment, Jianchen slowly opened his eyes. He stood up steadily and glanced past the scarlet-eyed hallowed saint masters indifferently. He picked up the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint very casually. The Grand Exalt's legacy was actually just a mental imprint. It contained the information left behind by the previous master of the Tower of Radiance. As Jianchen held the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint, he could clearly sense a mental imprint that was as vast as an ocean. It contained a tremendous amount of information. The hallowed saint masters were all stunned when they saw how Jianchen had taken the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint so easily. However, they all bellowed out soon afterward, "Hand over the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. The Grand Exalt's legacy imprint isn't something you should have. Hand it over, Chang Yang, hand it over. I'll exchange it for my space ring." It contains all the wealth I've accumulated over the past 300,000 years. All the divine king of radiance charged towards Jianchen with bloodshot eyes. Their target was the legacy imprint in Jianchen's hand. There were even quite a few divine king of radiance who condensed radiant swords and swung them towards Jianchen's arm coldly. They surged with killing intent. There were even people who formed seals with their hands and condensed a huge hand from radiant saint force. They enveloped Jianchen from above in an attempt to capture Jianchen. That was the Grand Exalt's legacy. Anyone who obtained it would be able to soar. The temptation was just too great. As a result, the Divine King of Radiance completely forgot about the rule of the Radiant Saint Hall that forbade them from killing each other. At this moment, the laws of the Hallowed that were even more powerful than many Divine King of Radiance suddenly appeared. It turned into a huge hand and sent over a dozen Divine King of Radiance who charged towards Jianchen flying. Afterwards, it reached towards Jianchen with even greater speed. The person who had taken action was the Lord of the Sky Gazing Peak, one of the 99 main peaks. He was also unable to resist the temptation before the Grand Exalt's legacy, so he began to take it. Chang Yang, give me the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. I'll protect you. Donglin Qiushui, the Lord of the Myriad Flowers Peak, also took action. She kept the Lord of the Sky Gazing Peak busy as she rapidly approached Jianchen. Humph, the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint is mine. A cold snort rang out, and a young man who seemed to be in his 20s silently appeared behind Jianchen. His hand had already reached towards Jianchen with lightning speed, arriving before Jianchen in a single instance. The young man was extremely powerful. He was also the lord of one of the 99 main peaks, the Scorching Sun Peak. He was no weaker than Donglin Qiushui and the Lord of the Sky Gazing Peak. Chapter 2409. They were not the only ones who attacked Jianchen. In reality, all the hallowed Saint Masters gathered there flew towards Jianchen from all directions with lightning speed. Their eyes were all red as they raced against time. They all believed that whoever approached Jianchen first would obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy first. After all, there were quite a few divine king saints gathered there. There were even the lords of the 99 main peaks who had remained at this level of cultivation for a very long time. Jianchen only had a two-colored soul core, so no one took him seriously. He was like a piece of meat that could be manipulated as they wished. However, Jianchen remained composed as he held the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint and was surrounded by many radiant Saint Masters. Even though he was surrounded by people, including a few divine king saints who were no weaker than the Lord of the Sky Gazing Peak, he showed no fear. At this moment, the Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak's wide and powerful hand was less than 3 inches away from Jianchen's shoulder. There were a few other powerful hallowed Saint Masters who were extremely close to Jianchen as well. They were about to grab the imprint in Jianchen's hand. Aside from that, over a dozen radiant swords shone with dazzling light. They possessed the power of the laws of the hallowed as they were about to cut off Jianchen's entire arm. Even a powerful hand condensed from radiant saint force appeared above Jianchen's head, enveloping down with great might. The attacks that came from all directions had already formed a cage, sealing off the surroundings and trapping Jianchen. They had cut off all paths of retreat. Anyone could tell that this was a hopeless situation. It was impossible for him to escape. Chang Yang! Donglin Yan Shui's cry rang out from afar. She could not help but pale in fright when she saw Jianchen in dire straits. Quick, go save Chang Yang. Don't let any harm befall him. Donglin Yan Shui immediately ordered the 8 retainers around her. The 8 retainers did not hesitate at all. Before Donglin Yan Shui could finish speaking, they all rushed over. However, their eyes burned with greed. They looked at Jianchen with burning desire. Clearly, the 8 retainers did not really want to help Jianchen. They could not resist the temptation of the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint either, so they took part in the fight. Jianchen could not help but sneer when he saw so many people take the Grand Exalt's imprint from him. Afterwards, with a single movement space, he vanished from the encirclement. The radiant Saint World's retainers. Boom! With his disappearance, all the Divine King's attacks missed. Countless attacks landed on the ground, producing deafening booms and kicking up dust into the air. Several radiant swords shot into the crowd, forcing back quite a few weaker Divine King. The situation descended into chaos. Since I've obtained the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint, it's faded with me. If you try to take it forcefully, you'll be going against the Grand Exalt's will, Jianchen said coldly as he stood nearby with the imprint in his hand. It was impossible for the imprint to be stored in a space ring, and he did not have the time to absorb the contents of the imprint right now. As a result, he could only hold it in his hand. However, when everyone looked at the legacy imprint in his hand that emitted dazzling light and was accompanied by the power of the laws, it instead aroused their greed. All of them lost their rationality and became frenzied. Chongyang, this isn't something you should have obtained. Hand it over. How dare you say you're fated with the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint with your mere two-colored soul core? How shameless! Hand over the Grand Exalt's legacy, or die. All the Divine King's presences surged as they continued to charge at Jianchen murderously. In order to obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint and obtain the opportunity to rise up, all of them became crazy. They were even willing to kill. Basically, all of them had lost their minds. They had failed to notice how Jianchen had managed to escape when he was surrounded. Jianchen's figure flickered as he dodged everyone's attacks effortlessly. He looked at the burning greed in everyone's eyes, and his gaze gradually turned cold. At this moment, powerful laws of the hallowed descended. Behind Jianchen, Donglin Qiushui struck out again. She condensed a radiant sword and swung it at Jianchen's hand without any hesitation. "Auntie, don't!" Donglin Yan Shui immediately grabbed Donglin Qiushui's arm. Her pale face was filled with pleading. "Move aside," Donglin Qiushui called out. Her eyes burned with desire. Suddenly, she shuddered, and with her cultivation at the peak of mid-Divine King, she knocked Donglin Yan Shui away with ease. Afterwards, she attacked Jianchen mercilessly. At that moment, no one remembered the Radiant Saint Hall's prohibition on killing each other. At the same time, no one remembered Vice Leader Xianzhan behind Jianchen. Obtaining the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint became the only objective in everyone's hearts. Donglin Yan Shui panicked when she saw how Jianchen was surrounded. Out of everyone present, only she did not care about the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. Her head was filled with worry for Jianchen. Suddenly, determination appeared in Donglin Yan Shui's eyes. She took out a simple talisman from her space ring. After activating it, a powerful pulse of energy immediately shot out, forming a powerful barrier around her. Afterwards, she arrived before Jianchen with the barrier of energy from the talismans. She protected Jianchen as well, using the power of the talismans to block all the attacks that came from all directions. "Chongyang, let's go. I can't last much longer." Donglin Yanshue called out in a panic before fleeing into the distance with Jianchen without giving him any chance to explain. However, she became stunned very soon. Her face became pale. The gateway to the miniature world had closed long ago, so they could not leave. No matter how they fled, they would remain in the miniature world. They would not be able to escape the pursuit of the Divine King of Light. Outside the energy barrier, booms constantly rang out as powerful pulses of energy wreaked havoc in the miniature world. All the radiant God Kings struck out with their full strength as they roared out furiously. They attacked the energy barrier condensed from talismans, reducing the picturesque miniature world to a mess. Donglin Yan Shui's talisman had been bestowed upon her after she became the chosen saint. Its defense was impressive, enough to block the attacks of primordial realm experts. However, the power of the talisman rapidly depleted under the attacks of the many Divine King of Light. It could not last much longer. "Donglin Yan Shui, you shouldn't have helped me." Jianchen remained calm within the barrier. However, There was a sliver of helplessness in his gaze towards Donglin Yen-shui. "I don't care. I won't let anything happen to you," Donglin Yen-shui said stubbornly. Everything had happened far too quickly from when Jianchen obtained the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint to when he was surrounded. It was so quick that many people failed to react in time. As a result, Donglin Yen-shui failed to notice how Jianchen dodged the attacks of the Divine King of Light with ease. Subconsciously, she still treated Jianchen as a prodigy with a two-colored soul core who had yet to truly mature. Chapter 24:10. In the end, we're not on the same path. Jianchen sighed secretly. Donglin Yen-shui said nothing. She gritted her teeth as she watched the situation outside nervously. Suddenly, a powerful pressure appeared. A 3-feet-long sword pierced through the air, bringing with it an intense killing intent that made people tremble in fear as it ruthlessly stabbed into the protective shield formed by the talisman. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, the energy shield formed by the talisman suddenly trembled. The power of this sword was really too terrifying. After withstanding this attack, the power of the talisman was rapidly depleted. A god artifact! It's actually a god artifact! Many Divine King of Light cried out with the appearance of the sword. To no surprise, the sword was a low-quality god artifact. Low-quality god artifacts were precious, to the point where many primordial realm experts did not possess them. However, many of the Divine King of Light possessed extraordinary statuses. They either possessed great origins, great backgrounds, or fortuitous encounters. As a result, an extremely small number of Divine King of Light possessed a god artifact. After the appearance of the first god artifact, a second, third, and fourth god artifact appeared as well. They all gave off surging presences as they struck the barrier with killing intent that struck fear into the hearts of the Divine King of Light. The power of god artifacts was extraordinary. Even though the Divine King of Light was nowhere close to being able to unleash the full power of the god artifacts, they could not be underestimated. The simultaneous attacks of several god artifacts immediately caused the barrier to tremble even more violently. The talisman that could block attacks from primordial realm experts rapidly dimmed as well. Vaguely, a crack seemed to appear. At this moment, a few more god artifacts were drawn. There were a total of 10 god artifacts, and they were all of different appearances. They all radiated with earth-shaking power as they struck the barrier. Donglin Yen-shui immediately paled. Before so many god artifacts, the talisman could only last for a very short period of time. There was nothing she could do. Jianchen, who stood beside her, remained the same. He said to Donglin Yen-shui with mixed feelings, "Actually, if you look closely, you'll discover that these people can't harm me at all. Even if they all work together and wield god artifacts, they still won't be able to pose any threat to me. That's because they're just far too weak in my eyes. I told you before that we're not on the same side, but you never understood what I meant. Now, it's time for you to understand," Jianchen said slowly. At the same time, Donglin Yen-shui's barrier with the talisman finally collapsed under the combined attacks of the 10 god artifact. The powerful ripples of energy formed a terrifying storm, sweeping over with devastating power. Let alone Donglin Yen-shui's 5-colored soul core, even the Divine King of Light with his 7-colored soul core had to avoid the storm of energy. This was because the storm of energy from the 10 god artifacts was extremely terrifying. It was enough to make the expressions of all the Divine King of Light change. After the storm of energy, the 10 surging god artifacts whistled over, directly attacking Jianchen and Donglin Yen-shui. They showed no mercy at all. The people who controlled the 10 god artifacts had all gone mad. In order to obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy, they were even willing to kill the chosen saint. Before the great temptation of the Grand Exalt's legacy, they really did think that they could kill anyone who stood in their way. Let alone the chosen saint, they would not even spare people who were even more esteemed than the chosen saint. Humph! Jianchen snorted coldly when he saw this. His eyes immediately became cold. Originally, he did not want to harm the divine King of Light. After all, he had spent so much time in the Radiant Saint Hall, so he did not want to go overboard. However, when he saw how the people who controlled the 10 god artifacts did not even spare Donglin Yen Shui, he became truly furious. He took a step forward, and he stood before Donglin Yen Shui like a shield. He allowed the ripples of energy that even caused the expressions of the divine King of Light to change to land on him, but he did not budge at all. At that moment, Jianshan's rather puny figure seemed like a lofty, unshakable mountain. Moreover, a shocking aura radiated from his body. A surging power was brewing in his body, like a volcano that was about to erupt. At this moment, he no longer continued to hide. He revealed his sharpness. A dazzling strand of sword qi shot out from Jianshan's fingertip. It radiated with surging sword qi, and with a flash, the sword qi condensed at Jianshan's fingertip turned into a screen of light that collided with the 6 god artifacts. Clang! The tangible sword qi collided with the god artifacts, producing a clear thrum. The 6 god artifacts that were powerful enough to make all the divine King of Light tremble were like toys in the hands of a child before Jianshan's sword qi. They were all sent flying into the distance, smashing into the ground heavily, and causing the ground to tremble. Afterwards, the sword qi in Jianshan's hand suddenly shot out. It tore through the air and collided with one of the god artifacts in the air, causing the 7th god artifact to emit a sorrowful cry before vanishing into the horizon. No one knew where it had flown off to. In the end, Jianshan condensed the laws of strength and threw out 3 punches. His power was terrifying, causing space to tremble as he collided with the last 3 god artifacts. Bang! 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 With 3 deafening booms, the last 3 low-quality god artifacts actually dimmed from Jianshan's 3 punches. They all emitted sorrowful cries, like the artifact's spirit was wailing. The 3 god artifacts flew into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the radiant god kings who wielded the 3 god artifacts changed drastically. Blood spurted from their mouths as their faces paled. All of their eyes were filled with shock. The 3 of them possessed a mental connection with the 3 god artifacts, and the last 3 god artifacts had received Jianshan's most ferocious direct attack. The power was just too terrifying and shocking. As a result, the 3 of them were unavoidably affected. They were caught in the crossfire and became heavily injured. The storm did not subside just like that. After the 10 low-quality god artifacts, the various radiant arts from the divine King of Light interweaved into a white stream that shot toward Jianshan. Jianshan's eyes were cold. He protected Donglin Yen Shui behind him as he endured the storm all by himself. With a wave of his hand, sharp sword qi permeated the surroundings, forming a white screen that shot out with lightning speed. The screen was unstoppable and unstoppable. It nullified all the attacks from the divine King of Light with an unstoppable momentum. In a single moment, the threat from the 10 god artifacts and the attacks from the divine King of Light were completely nullified by Jianshan. Even with god artifacts in hand, none of the divine King of Light gathered there could even touch the corner of Jianshan's clothes. In the blink of an eye, the miniature world fell silent. All the people gathered there stared at Jianshan blankly, as if they had seen a ghost. No one attacked him anymore. Behind Jianshan, Donglin Yen Shui's eyes widened as well. Her face was filled with shock as she stared at Jianshan in shock. Her mind had already stopped working. Donglin Qiushui, the Lord of the Sky Gazing Peak, and the other people in charge of the 99 main peaks had become speechless from Jianshan's sudden display of almost invincible strength. They all stared at Jianshan blankly as shock filled their hearts. They struggled to accept what had just happened. "Why, you're a member of the martial soul lineage." Suddenly, a cry rang out from the crowd. Chapter 24:11. With that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Afterwards, their gazes towards Jianshan were filled with deep fear and intense hatred. Some people could not help but stagger backward. Their faces immediately paled as they looked at Jianchen in fear. The martial soul lineage was a name that everyone present had heard of because not only was it composed of a small number of extremely unique Radiant Saint Masters, but it also had deep grievances with the Radiant Saint Hall. The grievances were so deep that they could not be resolved. They had reached a point where they would fight to the death as soon as they encountered each other. Moreover, Aoyama of the martial soul lineage had barged into the world of Moon and Star during the trial to become a candidate. He had hunted down everyone in the world of Moon and Star. Not only had he killed Elder Hetian, but he had also killed many protectors, causing the Radiant Saint Hall to suffer heavy losses. As a result, many Radiant Saint Masters felt deep fear towards the martial soul lineage as well as hatred towards them. The martial soul lineage only had 7 people in total, but every single one of them was extremely powerful. Not only were they invincible among those at the same level with martial soul force, but they could also challenge those at higher levels of cultivation. They could even kill those at higher levels of cultivation. They were extremely terrifying. However, not only was Chong Yang a Radiant Saint Master with a 2-colored soul core, but he had also revealed the great strength of a fighter earlier. Radiant Saint Force was the same as a fighter, so what was it if not martial soul force? As a result, as soon as Jianchen's identity was exposed, many Radiant Saint Masters who feared the martial soul lineage immediately retreated. Aoyama. He's Aoyama. We've all been tricked by him. Chong Yang's identity is just his disguise. His true identity is actually Aoyama of the martial soul lineage. At this moment, another frightened cry rang out from the crowd. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Even Donglin Yen Shui, who stood behind Jianchen, stared at Jianchen in disbelief. What? Chong Yang is actually Aoyama of the martial soul lineage in disguise. How is that possible? The Lord of the Sky Gazing Peak and Donglin Xiushui were stunned as well. The martial soul lineage only has 7 people. Out of the 7, only Aoyama remains as a divine king. The other 6 have all reached the primordial realm. Chong Yang's strength completely matches Aoyama's, so who else can he be if not Aoyama? A divine king of Radiant Saint Force said coldly. A god artifact hovered above his head, pulsing with light and radiating with the might of a god artifact. He was very powerful. After learning Jianchen's identity, not only did he show no fear, but he was filled with battle intent instead. No, Chong Yang isn't Aoyama. I've seen the real Aoyama in the world of Moon and Star. Chong Yang and Aoyama are clearly 2 different people, Donglin Yen Shui defended Jianchen loudly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the divine king of Radiant Saint Force with the god artifact above his head snorted coldly. That's because you've been tricked. Perhaps the Chong Yang and Aoyama you saw at the same time were only Aoyama's original body and a clone. With Aoyama's abilities, he shouldn't have been able to fool you. If he really did create a clone to trick you, you wouldn't have been able to see through it with your eyes. Moreover, the trial was so well hidden last time. Even within our Radiant Saint Hall, very few people knew about it. How did an outsider like Aoyama find the world of Moon and Star so accurately? But everything makes sense now. He clearly worked with his original body and clone, which was why he was able to find the world of Moon and Star so accurately. The Divine King of Radiant Saint Force said confidently, causing many of the Divine Kings in the surroundings to secretly nod. Even a few people who doubted Jianchen's identity gradually accepted the fact that Jianchen was Aoyama. That's reasonable. So many Divine Kings of Radiant Saint Force died in the trial this time. Only a single candidate remained, yet Donglin Yen Shui and Chong Yang, 2 disciples with low cultivations, managed to make it out alive. That's already suspicious. Looking at it now, Chong Yang was clearly the one behind all of this. He's clearly Aoyama, another person said loudly. None of them had thought that Jianchen would be the 8th person to possess martial soul force. After all, there were just far too few members of the martial soul lineage. Even with the entire Saints world in perspective, there were only a few of them. It was impossible for there to be an extra person. Moreover, Jianshan's strength matched Aoyama's, so they naturally believed that Chongyang was actually Aoyama in disguise. Impossible. Donglin Yen Shui was unable to accept this reality. As if she had suffered a heavy blow, she shook her head in dejection as she constantly retreated, distancing herself from Jianshan. It doesn't matter if I'm Aoyama or not. I have no ill intentions towards any of you. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for some of you to still be standing here. I've only come for the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint, Jianshan said at this moment. His voice was very indifferent, but it was filled with power. He did not explain his identity. After all, he possessed martial soul force. It was undeniable. As long as he possessed martial soul force, he was a member of the martial soul lineage. The martial soul lineage had always been enemies with the Radiant Saint Hall, so there was no need for him to explain at all. No matter how he explained, he was still the greatest enemy in the eyes of these Radiant Saint Masters. He was someone they had to kill. The Grand Exalt's legacy imprint is the greatest treasure of our Radiant Saint Hall. We can't let it end up in the hands of the martial soul lineage, no matter what. Once the martial soul lineage obtains the Grand Exalt's legacy, the consequences will be unthinkable. Everyone, attack together and kill Chongyang. This matter directly affects the survival of our Radiant Saint Hall. We can't be selfish. Everyone, attack together and take back the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. That's right. Our Radiant Saint Hall is facing the greatest danger. We need to be united. Anyone can obtain the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint, but we can't let it end up in the hands of the martial soul lineage. Otherwise, our Radiant Saint Hall will be doomed. As righteous and hot-blooded voices rang out from the crowd one after another, all the Radiant Saint Masters seemed to awaken the unyielding battle spirit hidden deep within their blood. They all overcame their fear and radiated with battle intent. They charged towards Jianshan fearlessly. In the distance, the god artifacts that Jianshan had knocked away flew back. The 10 god artifacts gathered together again and shot towards Jianshan with surging power. A member of the martial soul lineage has snuck into the most sacred place of our Radiant Saint Hall, the Tower of Radiance. If we don't kill this person, we won't be able to wash away this humiliation. Everyone, don't hold back at all. Use your full strength. With that, the might of a few more god artifacts radiated from the crowd. Another 6 people drew their god artifacts and charged towards Jianshan aggressively. The Lord of the Myriad Flowers Peak, Donglin Qiushui, was also someone who wielded a god artifact. Her god artifact was a faint blue sword. The sword was a low-quality god artifact. It had been bestowed upon her by a senior of the Donglin clan. The attacks this time were even more ferocious than before. Earlier, they had only held back because they wanted to take the Grand Exalt's legacy, but now they were all using their full strength to kill. They did not hold back at all. As a result, the attacks this time were several times more ferocious than before. They used the 16 low-quality god artifacts to carve out a path. Terrifying energy shook up the surroundings as killing intent was almost tangible. It was all directed towards Jianshan. Behind the 16 god artifacts were the radiant arts from the various Radiant Saint Masters. They formed various attacks, interweaving into a snow-white screen of light that enveloped Jianshan with dazzling light. Moreover, there were many divine King of Radiant Saint Masters who stood in formations. They worked together to power the formations, launching attacks that exceeded their own strength at Jianshan. At this moment, Jianshan was truly surrounded. He was surrounded from all sides. He faced the most ferocious attacks from the Divine King of Radiant Saint Masters all by himself. Chapter 24:12. Faced with the storm-like attacks, Jianshan's expression did not change at all. He stood in the middle of the battlefield leisurely. Resplendent light surged from his body. Endless light condensed from the surroundings, enveloping Jianchen completely. As a result, he seemed like he had become a sword right now. Afterwards, he transformed into a sword and took the initiative to receive the god artifacts that whistled over as a streak of white light. Sword chi ripped through the air with resplendent light, causing the entire world to lose its light. Sword light filled the surroundings as if it had replaced the world, becoming the only thing. Boom! With a deafening rumble, Jianchen's sword collided with the god artifacts. Immediately, several god artifacts were knocked away and dimmed. Jianchen hovered high in the air. Not only did the sword light around him not dim, but it became even more resplendent. He seemed invincible. The remaining god artifacts could not help but disperse when they saw how powerful Jianchen was. They attacked Jianchen from all directions at the same time. Jianchen's eyes were cold. The laws of the sword condensed as he condensed sword chi with his fingers. He stabbed out 9 times in a single moment with intense light. Each stab possessed startling presence and endless power. Each stab was faster than lightning, forming blurs. He stabbed out a total of 9 swords in an instant, accurately stabbing into the last 9 god artifacts that were attacking him from all directions. He was so fast that no one present was able to react in time. This was because even experts like the lords of the 99 main peaks were unable to see through Jianchen's stab with the senses of their souls. Boom! With 9 rumbles, the remaining 9 god artifacts were knocked away by Jianchen as well. They dimmed. Afterwards, Jianchen shuddered. The resplendent light that had gathered around him suddenly shattered, forming a dense rain of bean-sized swords that hovered before him. Jianchen extended a finger, and the rain of swords immediately shot off like meteors. They rapidly approached the attacks from the Radiant Saint Masters with sharp sword chi. Immediately, the radiant swords condensed from the laws of the hallowed, and the various radiant arts mixed within them were as fragile as tofu before Jianchen's rain of swords. They were all shattered. None of them were able to approach Jianchen. Everything in the surroundings descend. Energy suppression formation, suppress. At the same time, over a dozen radiant divine kings worked together and formed a huge formation. They radiated with powerful pulses of energy that crushed towards Jianchen. Jianchen hovered in the air as the violent storm of energy slammed into him, causing his hair to flutter and his clothes to ruffle. He seemed invincible. With a wave of his right hand, a strand of sword chi that was several meters long tore through the air and struck the formation created by the divine kings. Boom! Immediately, the formation shattered. The radiant divine kings that formed the formation suffered a powerful backlash as well. They all vomited blood as their faces paled. Afterwards, a few more strands of sword chi shot through the air, shattering the remaining formations created by the divine kings. Immediately, the combined attacks from all the divine kings were nullified by Jianchen effortlessly. He was just too powerful right now, so powerful that he could kill a few regular primordial realm experts. On the other hand, the strongest among the divine kings were only mid-primordial realm experts. The difference between them and Jianchen was just too great. Even when they worked together and used over a dozen god artifacts, they were unable to make up for the chasm between them. So powerful! Chongyang is just too powerful. Even the god artifacts can't do anything to him. How are we supposed to defeat him? God damn it, the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint is still in his hands. Are we supposed to just watch the martial soul lineage take away the treasure that belongs to our Radiant Saint Hall? With that, many of the divine kings became dumbfounded. Jianchen's strength had exceeded all of their imaginations. Even though they had gathered so many radiant god kings and over a dozen god artifacts, they could not even touch the corner of his clothes. How were they supposed to fight him? How were they supposed to take back the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint? Don't waste your strength. You're not my opponent. At this moment, Jianchen said from high up in the sky. Although he spoke calmly, the terrifying presence he gave off made everyone present feel pressured. Although you have over a dozen god artifacts here, you're just too weak. You're unable to unleash the power of the god artifacts, so you pose no threat to me. It'll be very difficult for you to injure me." All the radiant god kings fell silent when they heard that. The faces of the lords of the main peaks with god artifacts were all ugly. Their faces were sunken. The peak lords of the myriad flowers peak, Donglin Qiushui, and sky-gazing peak were filled with mixed feelings. They had never thought that Chang Yang, who they had come in contact with in the past, would possess such terrifying battle prowess. It made them feel powerless. Donglin Yan Shui stood in the distance. She stared blankly at the undefeatable Jianchen who hovered in the sky. She was filled with mixed feelings. Humph, it's still too early to reach that conclusion. The Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak snorted coldly. He stared at Jianchen with killing intent as his presence skyrocketed, surpassing the Divine King very soon. The Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak has actually broken through. Gongsun Ji is far too rash. The mist of the Tower of Radiance hasn't completely dispersed yet. He can't hide here forever. Isn't he afraid of the great demon? Cries immediately rang out in the surroundings. The Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak, Gongsun Ji, had chosen this moment to break through to late Divine King. Originally, breaking through from mid-Divine King to late Divine King would take some time. However, all the lords of the 99 main peaks had suppressed their cultivation for several tens of thousands of years or even longer. They had already reached the limit of their cultivation. Breaking through was just a single thought from them. It was exactly because of this that the Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak, Gongsun Ji, only needed a few seconds to break through to late Divine King without any obstructions. After breaking through to late Divine King, Gongsun Ji's strength immediately multiplied. "Even if you break through to late Divine King, you're still not my opponent," Jianchen glanced over indifferently. "Humph, how arrogant. No matter how powerful you are, you're still a Divine King. Now, I'm at the same level as you," the Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak snorted coldly. The Scorching Sun Peak Master snorted coldly. He formed a seal with both hands and performed a secret technique. A white flame suddenly appeared and burned fiercely. As the flames burned, Gongsun Ji's presence immediately skyrocketed once again. This time, it increased so quickly that it even surpassed when he broke through to late Divine King. However, his face became paler and paler. He became haggard as his presence of life weakened. Clearly, he had used some sort of forbidden technique and paid a huge price in exchange for cultivation that exceeded his own. Jianchen frowned slightly at this moment as well. He did not look at Gongsun Ji. Instead, he looked at the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint in his hand. The imprint suddenly became scorching hot. It shook in Jianchen's hand as if it wanted to break free. Chapter 24:13. Jianchen's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint that seemed like it was about to break free from his hand. He was surprised and doubtful. Afterwards, he glanced into the distance and glanced past the group of radiant Saint Masters. His eyes flickered. He was unable to determine why the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint had changed, such that it wanted to break free from his control and fly off by itself. However, he was certain that the sudden change was related to a certain radiant Saint Master among them. Who cares? The matter at hand is to protect the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. At this moment another call rang out. Another hallowed Saint Master who had reached the limits of mid-Divine King began to break through, reaching late Divine King without any hesitation. This person was also a lord of one of the 99 main peaks. He was powerful, having suppressed his cultivation for a very long time as a mid-Divine King. Now that he had broken through, he successfully completed it in just a few seconds. Moreover, he was also one of the 16 Divine King who possessed God artifact. Their bold breakthroughs and their fearlessness influenced many radiant God Kings in the surroundings. Behind them, hallowed Saint Masters roared out in high spirits one after another. The mist in the Tower of Radiance will completely disperse before long. At that time, we can stay in the Tower of Radiance for a long time. I don't have to worry about that great demon at all. There's no need to worry. Only by reaching late Divine King can we unleash the full power of the God artifact and pose a threat to Aoyama. Immediately, powerful presences surged into the sky. At that moment, many Divine King of Radiance became determined and began to break through. Of course, all the people who chose to break through at a time like this had suppressed their cultivation for a very long time. They had accumulated enough strength long ago, so reaching late Divine King of Radiance was just a matter of a thought for them. They would not encounter any obstructions or difficulties. Of course, not everyone was like that. Basically, all the people who possessed such cultivation were lords of the 99 main peaks. Donglin Qiushui sighed gently. At a time like this, she could only force herself to break through. Otherwise, as one of the lords of the 99 main peaks, he would probably become the laughingstock of the Radiant Saint Hall. He would be labeled as a coward. Even the Donglin clan behind her would probably be humiliated. In a short period of time, there were more than 40 late-stage Light Divine King Realm Masters present. Nearly half of the 99 Peak Masters had made a breakthrough. Kill. Take back the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. Gong Sunji roared. He burned his essence blood and damaged his vitality, causing the God artifact's power to increase greatly. He aggressively charged towards Jianshan. After Gong Sunji, the remaining 15 wielders of God artifacts all used secret technique. They paid a heavy price to greatly increase their cultivation and unleash the power of their God artifacts. At the same time, they charged towards Jianshan. Unless any of you can break through again and condense a soul tree to reach the primordial realm, you're still no threat to me, Jianshan said coldly. Even though their strength had increased and their God artifacts had become more powerful, he still did not take them seriously. He took a step and crossed several kilometers, appearing before them like he had teleported. This time, he did not use the way of the sword. Instead, he directly threw out a punch. Not only did the punch contain the power of his chaotic body, but it also contained the laws of strength. Under the amplification of the laws of strength, the punch became even more terrifying. The punch tore through the air, causing the air to explode. He directly struck a God artifact, causing it to fly back and pierce its master's chest. Afterwards, Jianshan threw out a series of punches. His power was extremely terrifying, causing space to tremble. He knocked away all 16 God artifacts, causing them to dim. Aside from the Lord of the Myriad Flowers Peak, Donglin Qiushui, all the other people who wielded God artifacts were blown away as they vomited blood. However, at this moment, a strand of the blood of the Divine King that filled the air seemed to be drawn over by some mysterious power, directly charging towards Jianshan. More accurately, it directly charged towards the imprint of the Grand Exalt's legacy in Jianshan's hand. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He tightly bound the imprint with his left hand as he sent out a strand of sword chi with his right hand, reducing the blood to dust. In the end, he used a ball of chaotic flames to burn the blood to nothingness. Even though the blood of the Divine King had already been reduced to nothingness, Jianshan still sensed a strand of energy that was invisible to the naked eye. Even the senses of his soul could not sense it. Only his mutated soul that had fused with a strand of true chaotic force could sense it. It was absorbed by the imprint in his hand. Immediately, the imprint shone brightly and became even hotter. It shook violently in Jianshan's hand. The imprint was originally condensed from a mental imprint. At this moment, Jianshan sensed that the mental imprint seemed to have come alive after absorbing the remaining energy in the blood. The person who caused the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint to tremble is actually you. Jianshan suddenly looked at Gong Sunji as he was shocked. This was because the blood of the Divine King had clearly come from Gong Sunji. However, the mysterious energy in Gongsun Ji's blood that even the fire of chaos could not burn, and that even the spiritual sense could not detect, was clearly a strand of bloodline power that had become extremely thin, so thin that it was about to collapse. Gongsun Ji's face changed drastically as well. He stared at the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint in Jian Chen's hand in shock before ravishing with joy. He was overjoyed. This was because he had suddenly discovered that an extremely obscure connection seemed to have been established between him and the imprint. At this moment, the imprint in Jianshen's hand began to struggle even more. The gentle imprint seemed to have become a piece of scorching iron now, struggling to break free from Jianshen's control. Although Jianshen had passed the test and removed the imprint from the steel, the imprint no longer seemed to recognize Jianshen. The resistance from the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint grew stronger and stronger. Jianshen knew that if this continued, the imprint would break free from his hand in the end. With no other choice, he bellowed out at the sky and no longer paid any attention to the radiant Saint Masters. Instead, he suddenly pressed the imprint against his forehead to accept the legacy within. However, he encountered resistance. The mental energy within the imprint stopped Jianshen from entering as if it no longer accepted Jianshen. Jianshen snorted coldly inside. He used his martial soul force, and a sliver of it extended under his control, approaching the imprint. As expected, as soon as it sensed the approach of the martial soul force, the mental energy within the imprint immediately shuddered. It no longer stopped him, moving aside. Jianshen's soul immediately took advantage of this and extended into the imprint, comprehending the information that was as vast as an ocean. During this time, he split his attention between comprehending and absorbing the information within the imprint and suppressing it with all his might. This was because the imprint was constantly trembling, trying to break free from Jianshen's restraints at all times. He's already accepting the legacy. Quick, kill him. The eyes of the Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak, Gongsun Ji, had already become blood-red. He had already established an obscure mental connection with the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. He understood this to mean that he had gained the recognition of the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. The legacy should have been his. Jianshen forcefully comprehended the imprint and absorbed the legacy inside. This was basically blatantly stealing his wealth. How could he accept this? Author's note: this is the second chapter. Xiaoyao wrote very slowly. He only finished the second chapter at 5 in the morning. However, Xiaoyao finally felt relieved after finishing the chapter. He could go to sleep at ease. Chapter 24:14. The Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak, Gongsun Ji, seemed to have lost his mind. He used a secret technique, burning the very essence of his life to activate the God artifact as hard as he could to slash at Jianshen. He wanted to stop Jianshen from taking the legacy. He had already treated the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint as his. Every time Jianshen obtained something from the imprint, he would lose a portion of the legacy. Currently, Jianshen was absorbing the contents of the legacy imprint as hard as he could. The Grand Exalt's legacy imprint struggled more and more intensely. If this continued, the legacy imprint would break free from his suppression and abandon him. As a result, he did not have the time to continue tangling with the Divine King of Light. He just stood in the air as he focused all his attention on the Grand Exalt's imprint. Right now, he was completely defenseless against the outside world. This time, Gongsun Ji used his full strength to activate the God artifact in his hand. With shocking pulses of energy, he slashed at Jianshen viciously. Immediately, with a deep rumble, Jianshen was blown away by Gongsun Ji's strike. Gongsun Ji was stunned at first by this. Probably even he had never thought that he would hit Jianshen so easily this time. However, he soon ravished with joy. He knew extremely well that Jianshen did not put up any defenses at all against his strike. He had used his body to take it on. In Gongsun Ji's opinion, No matter how powerful or extraordinary Jianchen was, he would definitely pay a huge price to take on a strike from a god artifact with his body. Even if he did not die, he would be half dead. Behind Gongsun, the divine king of light ravished with joy when they saw Jianchen take on a strike from Gongsun god artifact with his body. They immediately used their god artifacts to fly towards Jianchen. They all used their full strength in an attempt to kill Jianchen. Immediately, booms rang out incessantly. This time, not only did Jianchen not fight back, but he did not dodge either. He used his body to endure the attacks from everyone. Over a dozen god artifacts struck Jianchen's slender body with surging might, immediately knocking him into the air. In the end, a huge hammer fell from the sky and struck Jianchen's head with lightning speed. The powerful ripples of energy caused space to distort. Jianchen's body was smashed to the ground. What's going on? Why has the invincible Chang Yang suddenly lost the power to fight back? It must be because of the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. Chang Yang probably wanted to comprehend the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint, but it didn't accept him in the end. It absorbed his soul, causing Chang Yang to lose all contact with the outside world. Fantastic. If that's the case, killing him will be as easy as blowing off dust. Many people say that Chang Yang is Aoyama in disguise. If we really kill him, the martial soul lineage will lose a member. That will be a great merit. The merit of killing Chang Yang will belong to all of us. Let's do it together, and we'll all get a share of the merit. In the distance, many radiant saint masters called out as they surged over. It was as if Chang Yang, who had been invincible earlier, was doomed in their eyes. The peak lords who wielded god artifacts were unable to cheer up at all. Instead, their hearts sank, and their faces became very ugly. This was because they did not even see a single droplet of blood. A person at the same cultivation level as them had endured the attacks of over a dozen god artifacts with his body, yet he did not even shed a single droplet of blood. Who would believe that? Method of the Exalted Saint. At the same time, Jianchen, who was completely immersed in the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint, shuddered violently. He ravished with joy. He had finally found a Grand Exalt's cultivation method in the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. The cultivation method was created by the Master of the Tower of Radiance. It was called the Method of the Exalted Saint. Absorb. Without any hesitation, Jianchen immediately absorbed all the information related to the method of the Exalted Saint. Immediately, the imprint that contained the information about the method of the Exalted Saint immediately surged towards Jianchen. A tremendous amount of information was poured into Jianchen's head, immediately causing Jianchen's head to swell painfully. The information was just too tremendous, so much that even with Jianchen's current cultivation level, he found it rather difficult to process. Outside, the peak lords with god artifacts had already gathered around Jianchen. Their eyes were all widened as they stared at Jianchen, who sat on the ground. Undisguised shock filled their eyes. There were many wounds on Jianchen's body. They had all been left behind by their god artifacts when they struck Jianchen. However, without any exception, all the wounds on Jianchen were superficial. Let alone injuring Jianchen's organs, there was not even a single droplet of blood. Moreover, to their surprise, the wounds on Jianchen actually healed at a visible rate. In just a few seconds, the wounds they had left behind on Jianchen completely vanished. Not a single scar remained. This scene stunned all of them. The dozen or so powerful peak masters with god artifacts in their hands were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Gongsun said with a trembling voice, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He's absorbing the legacy imprint anyway, so he can't pay attention to the outside world. Let's continue attacking. I'd like to see just how much longer he can last. One of them bellowed out and immediately used a god artifact to continue attacking. The remaining dozen or so people with divine artifacts also joined in one after another. Even the group of radiant Saint Masters who had surged over from behind struck out as well. All of them used their most powerful attacks, sending them toward Jianchen. Immediately, the laws of the hallowed surged in the surroundings. Powerful pulses of energy ravaged the ground mercilessly. Jianchen had already been drowned out by the attacks. But very soon everyone became dumbfounded. After taking on all their attacks, Jianchen had only suffered some superficial wounds as he sat there. Furthermore, these superficial wounds were all left behind by the dozen or so divine artifacts. In other words, no matter how powerful the divine king without god artifacts were, even the peak lords who had broken through to late divine king were unable to harm Jianchen at all. Heavens, is he still human? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene that happened in front of them had completely overturned their understanding of the world. They could accept it if they were facing a powerful primordial realm expert, but they just happened to be facing a divine king who was at the same level of cultivation as them. At this moment, Jianchen had completely received all the information regarding the method of the exalted saint. He had completely grasped this unprecedented grand exalt cultivation method. However, the inheritance imprint was not as simple as a cultivation technique. It also contained powerful light divine skills and various extremely ancient secret skills that originated from the previous era and possessed extraordinary power. It also contained the personal experiences of grand exalts on cultivation, as well as their comprehension of cultivation. Jianchen did not waste any time after receiving the method of the exalted saint. He continued to absorb the rest of the content. However, at this moment, the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint in his hand suddenly became scorching hot. The power of the legacy imprint increased by countless times in a single instance, and it actually broke free from Jianchen's suppression. It flew out of Jianchen's hand and arrived before Gongsun-ji. How could Jianchen allow something like that to happen? He bellowed out and his presence surged. He appeared before Gongsun-ji in a single instance and directly extended his hand towards him. However, the power from the Tower of Radiance appeared silently, enveloping Gongsun-ji and protecting him. The Tower of Radiance was a peak god artifact, on the same level as the Anata Tower. As a result, Jianchen was as weak as an ant before the power of the Tower of Radiance. He was unable to harm Gongsun-ji at all. With a flash, the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint shot into Gongsun-ji's forehead as a streak of light and vanished. On the other hand, the Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak, Gongsun-ji, closed his eyes and collapsed. He was unconscious. The sudden change of events immediately stunned all the Radiant Saint Masters present. They all shifted their gazes away from Jianchen and stared at Gongsun-ji. They were all confused. None of them knew what had happened. The artifact spirit, Jianchen looked at Gongsun-ji deeply as he secretly called out to the artifact spirit inside. Master, the bloodline of the Master of the Tower of Radiance actually flows through his veins. He's a descendant of the Master of the Tower of Radiance. The artifact spirit's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Its voice was filled with shock and disbelief. I've already learnt from the remnant consciousness of the artifact spirit that the Master of the Tower of Radiance is not a sovereign of this aeon, nor is he a sovereign of the last aeon. Instead, he was an overlord of the aeon before that. I really never thought that the bloodline of the Master of the Tower of Radiance would continue to exist even after 2 eons. Master, I still can't control the Tower of Radiance completely right now, and the remnant consciousness of the artifact spirit is affecting me at all times. I can't remove the layer of power that protects the Grand Exalt's descendant, said the artifact. Although he had become the Master of the Tower of Radiance, he had only been in the Tower of Radiance for far too short a time, and he had fused with far too many remnant consciousnesses of the Tower of Radiance's artifact spirit. He would often be affected by the remnant consciousness and lose control of himself. Jianchen fell silent. He was not surprised by this outcome, as he had already expected this when he discovered that the bloodline of the Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak, Gongsun Ji, would lead to a change in the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. Although he had taken out the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint from the steel after comprehending the diagram of ways, logically speaking, he should have successfully inherited everything from the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. However, he had never thought that the descendant of the Master of the Tower of Radiance would appear here. The legacy imprint had a spirit. Although he had fulfilled the conditions, he was still an outsider to the legacy imprint. The bloodline that flowed through the body of the Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak, Gongsun Ji, was the descendant of the Grand Exalt who had left behind the legacy imprint in the past. Before an outsider and his descendant, the legacy imprint would naturally choose his own descendant. Although Jianchen might have been able to obtain the complete legacy if he had killed Gongsun Ji beforehand, he really could not do something like that. It would go against his principles. Chapter 24:15. What I want the most is a Grand Exalt's cultivation method. Now that I've obtained the complete contents of the method of the Exalted Saint in the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint, I've completed my mission in the Radiant Saint Hall, Jianchen thought. He looked at the Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak, Gongsun Ji, who was protected by the power of the Tower of Radiance. He remained calm. He knew that he could no longer do anything to Gongsun Ji with the protection of the Tower of Radiance. What's going on? Why has the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint suddenly flown to the Lord of the Scorching Sun Peak? Cries rang out around Gongsun Ji. All the hallowed Saint Masters looked at Gongsun Ji. They were confused, mixed, envious, and jealous. However, soon afterwards, someone attacked Gongsun Ji decisively. He was one of the 16 people who wielded the God Artifact. He wielded the God Artifact and swung it towards Gongsun Ji without any hesitation. The temptation of the Grand Exalt's legacy was just too great. Everyone wanted it, so there were naturally people who were unwilling to let Gongsun Ji benefit from it. Unfortunately, Gongsun Ji was protected by the power of the Tower of Radiance. Let alone them, mere divine kings, even primordial realm experts would not be able to harm Gongsun Ji within the Tower of Radiance as long as their strength did not exceed the Tower of Radiance. Boom! The person's God Artifact struck the protection of the Tower of Radiance with lightning speed. With a great rumble, not only was his attack unable to approach Gongsun Ji, but all the energy was repelled and struck the person heavily. Spurt! The radiant God King with the God Artifact immediately vomited blood as he was blown far away by the powerful ripples of energy. His face was filled with shock. There's an invisible power protecting Gongsun Ji. Someone immediately saw the reason and cried out. Jianchen no longer had any intentions of staying after obtaining the cultivation method. He looked into the distance and saw the dejected Donglin Yan Shui several dozen kilometers away. He sighed and sighed as mixed feelings appeared in his eyes. Afterwards, he took a step and seemed to fuse with the space there. Ignoring the limitations of space, he crossed several dozen kilometers in a single instance and arrived before Donglin Yan Shui. I'm about to leave this miniature world. Come with me. I'm afraid that some of them will target you. Although you're the chosen saint and possess a great status, I'm afraid that some of them will lose their minds and ignore your identity as the chosen saint, Jianchen said calmly. Donglin Yan Shui did not seem to hear Jianchen. She stared at him blankly. After quite a while of silence, she asked with mixed feelings, Who are you? At this moment, a long howl rang out from afar. A voice filled with monstrous fury reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. The method of the Exalted Saint. I've actually lost my memories of the method of the Exalted Saint. Chong Yang, return the method of the Exalted Saint to me. Several dozen kilometers away, Gongsun Ji had already woken up. His hair fluttered in the wind as he flew towards Jianchen madly. His eyes burned with hatred. Cultivation methods were the most important in the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. Without a single peak cultivation method, It would be difficult for him to reach the peak even if he obtained the Grand Exalt's comprehensions, cultivation methods, and various ancient secret techniques. This was because there would be a day when he would be restricted by his cultivation method, where he would not be able to make any progress. The Master of the Tower of Radiance is my ancestor. My ancestor's bloodline flows through my veins. The legacy of my ancestor should have been inherited by me in the first place. You have no right to take it from me. Return the method of the exalted saint to me. Gongsun Ji bellowed out. He had already learnt everything from the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint. He knew that he possessed a noble bloodline, so he treated the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint as something unique to him. He would not allow anyone to take it from him. What? The Master of the Tower of Radiance is actually Gongsun Ji's ancestor? All the Radiant Saint Masters in the miniature world were stunned when they heard Gongsun Ji's bellow. Gongsun Ji, even if the bloodline of a Grand Exalt flows through your veins, you would have no fate with the legacy imprint if it weren't for me. You should be grateful to me, Jianshan snorted coldly. He had paid a lot for the Grand Exalt's cultivation method. Ignoring the origin of ways that he had used up earlier, he had used it to assist the artifact spirit in obtaining the Tower of Radiance after all. Now that the artifact spirit had successfully taken up residence in the Tower of Radiance, the origin of ways was worth it. It had not gone to waste. However, Jianshan was certain that no one in the Radiant Saint Hall could comprehend the diagram within the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint completely aside from him. Even the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall could not do it. This was because the final step of the diagram did not require a person's talent or comprehension. Instead, it required martial soul force. If the Tao diagram was a treasure chest, then martial soul force was the key to opening it. As a result, martial soul force was required to remove the Grand Exalt's legacy imprint from the steel. Jianshan waved his hand, and with a flash of light, a huge strand of sword qi that was over 100 meters long appeared silently. It shone brightly and landed on Gongsun Ji as a streak of light. Gongsun Ji was protected by the power of the Tower of Radiance, so Jianshan's attack failed to injure him. However, the force from the sword qi knocked Gongsun Ji far away. Artifact Spirit, open the world gate. Jianshan contacted the artifact spirit after launching the attack. Yes, Master. The artifact spirit replied. It had recovered quite a lot of power while Jianshan was comprehending the diagram. In the next moment, the space behind Jianshan twisted violently, and a world gate rapidly formed. Opening a world gate from within a miniature world was much easier than opening one from outside. This time, the artifact spirit did not spend much time before successfully opening the world gate. Let's go. Come with me. You can't stay here for too long. Jianshan said to Donglin Yen Shui before pulling the rather stunned Donglin Yen Shui through the world gate and vanishing. Many Radiant Saint Masters rushed over with lightning speed when they saw the world gate open. They wanted to leave the miniature world. These people were all weaker Hallowed Saint Masters. Due to their lack of strength, there was no point in them remaining. They wanted to leave and spread the news that the martial soul lineage had broken into the Tower of Radiance. However, the world gate closed extremely quickly. As soon as Jianshan and Donglin Yen Shui left, the world gate closed loudly. It did not give them the opportunity to leave at all. God damn it, what's the deal with the world gate? Why did it close as soon as Chongyang left? Strange. Why do I feel like the world gate was specially opened for Chongyang? Many Radiant Saint Masters cursed from behind. They all found it strange. Donglin Qiushui stood with over a dozen other peak lords with God artifact. They all stared in the direction that Jianshan had vanished in as they sank into their thoughts. Who is this Chongyang? Donglin Qiushui asked sternly. It doesn't matter who he is. It's impossible for him to be Aoyama because his way of doing things is completely different from Aoyama, said the Peak Lord of the Sky, gazing Peak emotionlessly. It really doesn't seem like Aoyama. If it was Aoyama, none of us would have survived until now. As a matter of fact, he was already being merciful when he attacked us earlier. Another peak leader of the main peak sighed softly. Gongsun-ji is actually the descendant of the master of the Tower of Radiance. Fortunately, Gongsun-ji is here, preventing the martial soul lineage from obtaining the complete legacy. Another peak lord felt fortunate. Although they envied Gongsun-ji for obtaining the Grand Exalt's legacy, it was still better than the martial soul lineage obtaining it all. Chongyang, I really never thought that you would be a member of the martial soul lineage. Since you're a member of the martial soul lineage, why don't you kill me? I'm the current chosen saint of the Radiant Saint Hall. Wouldn't killing me be a great opportunity for your martial soul lineage to deal a blow to the Radiant Saint Hall? Jianchen and Donglin Yen Shui reappeared in the barren mountain outside. Several months had passed, and the mountain had completely calmed down. It had returned to its former desolate state. As soon as Donglin Yen Shui left the miniature world, she took a few steps back, maintaining her distance from Jianchen. She stared at Jianchen in distress. There was undisguised pain in the depths of her eyes. Chapter 24:16. You should be able to tell that I have no ill intentions towards your Radiant Saint Hall. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Divine King of Light in the miniature world to survive until now. With my strength, even if they break through to late Divine King, even if they possess a few more God artifacts, killing them will still be a piece of cake, Jianchen said seriously. You're not Aoyama. Who are you? Donglin Yen Shui asked. Jianchen and Aoyama acted completely differently, so she immediately realized that Jianchen and Aoyama were actually two different people. He was not Aoyama in disguise like the Divine King of Light in the miniature world had said. Jianchen looked at Donglin Yen Shui and sighed gently. Actually, I am Jianchen. Donglin Yen Shui shuddered when she heard that. She stared at Jianchen in shock as disbelief filled her face. Although she had never seen Jianchen before, she was just far too familiar with the name Jianchen. She was so familiar with Jianchen's past that she even knew quite a lot about him. In reality, it was not just Donglin Yen Shui. Even across the entire desolate plain, there was probably no one who did not know the name Jianchen. This was because in recent years, experts had gathered on the desolate plain. The peak experts from outside had run amok on the desolate plain, basically causing a huge uproar. They had made all the peak organizations on the desolate plain suffocate. In the end, the blood medallion appeared and became the only proof of identity on the desolate plain. All of this was because of a single person. This person was naturally Jianchen. As a result, when Donglin Yen Shui heard Jianchen's name, all the information she possessed regarding Jianchen immediately appeared in her head. In the very beginning, he had risen to prominence in the Poseidon Palace, becoming enemies with the many divine kings in the palace. He did everything he could to protect a weak girl so that she could inherit the legacy of the Poseidon Palace. In the end, he had even led to an incident that had basically shaken up the entire Saints' world, resulting in the death of most divine kings. Afterwards, he was hunted down by the renowned Heavenly King of Azure Brilliance and the Solitary Sword Ancestor. When the Anata Tower was exposed on planet Tianming, he immediately became the target of all the peak experts in the Saints' world. In the end, he fled to the desolate plain and vanished completely. Even when all the peak experts turned the desolate plain upside down and used everything they had, they failed to find him. As a matter of fact, without any exaggeration, Jianchen was a legendary figure in Donglin Yen Shui's heart. After all, he was only a divine king, yet he had managed to escape the pursuit and search of peak experts time and time again. In the eyes of many people, this was basically impossible. However, Jianchen had accomplished this impossible feat. As a result, many people across the Saints' world admired Jianchen. Naturally, this included Donglin Yen Shui. Why, are you really Jianchen? Donglin Yen Shui stared at Jianchen blankly. She had never thought that Jianchen, who had been searched for by so many peak experts and even the vice leaders of the Radiant Saint Hall, had actually been in the Radiant Saint Hall the entire time. Such a legendary figure had actually been by her side the entire time. Moreover, he had spent a year with her in the world of Moon and Star. Donglin Yen Shui immediately felt her head spin. Then did Aoyama suddenly come in the world of Moon and Star because of you? Donglin Yen Shui followed up with a question. Jianchen shook his head. This has nothing to do with me. Although I also possess martial soul force, I didn't know Aoyama at all before I entered the world of Moon and Star, nor did I have any connections with the martial soul lineage. Donglin Yen Shui let out a sigh of relief inside. After learning about Jianchen's identity, and that he had nothing to do with Aoyama, she felt slightly better. She was no longer as sad. In other words, the reason why I could escape from Aoyama was because of you? The so-called attack from the vicious beasts was completely fake? After you fainted, I fought Aoyama. You fought Aoyama because of me? Donglin Yen Shui had already digested the shock of Jianchen's identity. She stared at Jianchen with shining eyes. I'm leaving the Tower of Radiance, so let's bid farewell here. Jianchen did not answer Donglin Yen Shui. He was about to leave after saying that. Wait. There must be elders waiting outside the Tower of Radiance. It'll be very strange if you leave alone. It'll be very difficult for you to leave the Sacred Hall. Donglin Yen Shui stopped Jianchen in time. She said, Let me take you out. With me by your side, it'll save you a lot of trouble. You can't expose your identity right now. Since you still continue to help me after knowing my true identity, it'll cause you a lot of trouble if the upper echelon of the Radiant Saint Hall learns about it. Jianchen stared at Donglin Yen Shui deeply. I'll just give up on my position as chosen saint. Let's not tarry. Let's go. Donglin Yen Shui had completely let go of her worries. With that, she flew towards the exit of the Tower of Radiance first. Jianchen sighed inside as he looked at Donglin Yen Shui's back. He followed her closely. The return journey was peaceful. A few days later, Jianchen and Donglin Yen Shui appeared at the exit of the Tower of Radiance. Master, I still need some time before I can fully control the Tower of Radiance. I'm afraid I can't leave with you. At this moment, the artifact spirit's voice rang out. Artifact spirit, there's no need for you to follow me. Just stay here and slowly grasp the power of the Tower of Radiance. Moreover, the Grand Exalt of Ancient Paths personally cast down formations outside the Tower of Radiance, locking the Tower of Radiance firmly within the Sacred Hall and preventing anyone from taking it away. As long as the Grand Exalt's formations remain, you probably won't be able to break free even if you fully grasp the power of the Tower of Radiance. Jianchen communicated with the artifact spirit inside. The Lord of the Soaring Clouds Peak, Han Xian, was once my teacher. Bai Yu was my junior sister. Speaking of which, they're the closest people to me in the Radiant Saint Hall. If they enter the Tower of Radiance in the future, take care of them for me. Yes, Master. Chongyang. There was no one at the exit of the Tower of Radiance. Donglin Yen Shui stood there as the light in her eyes flickered. She stared at Jianchen's ordinary face with mixed feelings. You're about to leave. I don't know if I'll see you again. Perhaps this farewell will be eternal. Can't you let me see your true appearance? As you wish. With a thought, the mask on Jianchen's face slowly vanished, revealing his true appearance. Immediately, a familiar face that she had seen countless times in portraits appeared before Donglin Yen Shui. It was a handsome face filled with determination. His facial features were well defined, and there was a coldness that could only be honed through bloodshed. His eyes shone brightly, as sharp as swords. She seemed to be able to sense the boundless sword intent hidden in his eyes when she met his gaze. Donglin Yen Shui only felt like the only flaw in her memories of Jianchen had been completely fixed as she stared at his true appearance. She stared at Jianchen's face blankly, as if she wanted to deeply imprint Jianchen's true appearance into the depths of her heart. At the same time, over a dozen powerful presences flooded over from the Radiant Saint Hall. Outside the Radiant Saint Hall, over a dozen peak experts stood with their arms behind their backs. They strode through the air and entered the Radiant Saint Hall with a flash. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? The leader of the Radiant Saint Hall immediately appeared and stared at them with a sunken face. Please calm down, leader. We've come to wait for Chang Yang, one of the peak experts chuckled. He was rather amiable. The people from the other peak organizations who did not undergo the blood test have all passed now. Their identities have been confirmed. Only Chang Yang is left now. Please don't mind it too much, leader. Just treat it as us coming as guests to visit you. The dozen or so foreign experts spoke one after another. Every one of them had a friendly attitude, and they were chatting and laughing. However, the leader of the Radiant Saint Hall knew that this was all because the outsiders feared the Celestial Sword Saint, so they acted on the surface. They were also afraid that they would cross the line and draw out the Celestial Sword Saint.